Honourable members, shall we pray? Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to look with favour upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in Thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, we take item 4, correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Friday, 8th December 2023. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9. Yes, page 9.
I'm grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, at page 9, item number 5. Message by the Right Honourable Speaker. I recall, Mr. Speaker, that day, in addition to the leave to vote message from the Ghana Red Cross Society, which you delivered, you did also make a statement on attendance and indicated that you will be closing the doors to the chamber by 10 a.m. When you begin enforcing that new decision you have taken. I thought that that's such a major message you delivered, that it should have found expression in the votes and proceedings, but surprisingly, it's not here. I don't know if it's because nobody really likes your attempt to clamp down late attendance. I see the majority leader pointing to the clock, but it's a major statement you made, and I thought it should have been captured. So I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable members, I think it's proper that the table office to capture it as part of attendance. Earlier parliaments even used to lock the doors when they are about to take a serious vote. They just lock the doors for those who are present to take the vote. If you read the proceedings of what led to the rejection of the budget during the Liman regime, that was one of the processes that was used. The doors were locked. And so the members who had gone out could not come in. And the last contributor was the father of the Minister for Finance, whose attention was drawn that, look, our numbers are more than theirs. So can you conclude for us to vote? And the conclusion was granted, and the vote took place. But they immediately came back with a revised budget which was approved. If you go to the Hansard, if you go to a number of those who were members who had written books, you come across this detailed rendition there. But this is not to prevent you from taking vote. This one, I want to enforce attendance. At the very beginning, when we commence sitting. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think I would have loved if my colleague had not raised this matter. It cannot be that you raise the issue of sitting at the prescribed time at 10 o'clock, and the next succeeding day, we are sitting close to 12 noon. I would have loved my colleague didn't raise this matter. But it's important to still hammer that. Mr. Speaker, regarding the vote issue, I think that is part of our orders. Because if you are taking a voice vote and you are not in the chamber, you cannot participate in that. If you are doing a head count and you are not in the chamber, you cannot. And if you burst in when the head count is going on, you will be shoved aside. You will not be permitted to be counted. Mr. Speaker, the only time when you can't participate, maybe you were not present when the question was being put or when the debate was being done, is when we have a division. And our orders are clear on that. That is why Order 113(4) says a member may vote in a division even if he did not hear the question put. It's because the division takes a long time. If you have to do a proper division, what it means is that the house must be emptied. You go out, you go to the division room, and you start entering. When your name has been called and you have signed, and then you walk through the nose and eyes doors and enter the chamber. That's a proper division, which has never been done since 1993 anyway. But that's the only time when you are not part of the discourse in the house, when a vote is being taken, when you can join. Other than that, in a head count, in a voice, you can't shout from outside the chamber and expect your voice to be registered from your office. You expect your voice to be registered in the vote count. You cannot. And also, when there's a head count, you cannot leave your head in your office and then get counted here in the chamber. As I said, it's the only time that you can join when the question, after the question has been put, is in the division. So, Mr. Speaker, the issue that you raised about maybe having the doors locked is premised on the understanding of this. Thank you.
Maybe a member can be present but decide that his head should not be counted, and it will not be counted. Yes, Order 1135 says so. A member is not obliged to vote. So that one, we are guided by these rules and we'll try to enforce them. But many times I'm here waiting And I did indicate it at our last meeting that it's not for me to always come and assume the chair before members start coming in. That is not the order. Members should be present before I enter. And the procession of the Speaker is a solemn occasion. I've said it many times. So when the procession is passing, you don't talk, you don't shout. Whether I'm father of the house or I'm speaker or whatever, that is not the time to be mentioning father or speaker or whatever. That's not the time. It's a solemn occasion and should be observed as such. Please, let's try and maintain this decorum, or else we'll go somewhere and do the same, and they will be asking, where is this member from? And then they say Ghana, and they say, if you hear no wonder, then we are in trouble. So please, let's try to change. We have one family, we love each other, but we shouldn't disregard these decent presidents and majestic opportunities. Yes, Minister for Interior.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I do agree with you on the matter of punctuality and all the things that you said, but you might need to do more. I think the leadership on both sides should sit with you and we see how we can effectively achieve that. For instance, I was supposed to be before a committee this morning, and if I were there, then I will not be here at the time that you are entering. But it's not because I disregard your rules, but it's certainly because some part of Parliament is operating differently and not in accord with what you are saying. I would say that yes, you and leadership on both sides to sit down and find out how we enforce this punctuality without actually throwing out the baby and the bathwater. But I share your opinion about we coming on time. Thank you.
It's been stated many times that members should first attend sitting before they move to committee meetings. Many times. That report first to commence sitting of the House. Then you could now go to start your committee meetings. But members are not going by that rule. And because we all know the effect of naming on the floor of the House on members, particularly at your constituency level, we have desisted from doing that because it will affect your fortunes as a career politician. But we may be compelled to do so in the interest of the nation. Yes, please. Honorable Dafiamapo.
Speaker, thank you for the Speaker. I recall that when you raised this matter last Friday, you indicated that you may have to engage leadership to determine whether we sit at 2 p.m. so that committees can have time to deal with the estimates, and then
sitting is rather 1 or 2 or 4, depending on the business of the day. So we have engaged. We want to continue. The new orders will not specify the exact time sitting will commence. And so it's open for us to always decide when to sit. And so there's that opportunity for us to discuss it again. Anyway, page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13, page 14, page 15, page 16, page 17. Yes, Honorable.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, I rise to seek your guidance on this matter. Mr. Speaker, is in respect of item 13, sub 1, the way the resolutions have been couched. For instance, Mr. Speaker, Resolution 1 is to the effect that by the provisions of Article 181 of the Constitution and Sections 55 and 56 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921, the terms and conditions of all government borrowings shall be laid before Parliament. It shall not come into operation unless the terms and conditions are approved by a resolution of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, my view is that it should end at Parliament. In accordance with Article 181 of the Constitution, it's not necessary because the opening phrase by the provisions of Article 181 of the Constitution is the same as in accordance with Article 181 of the Constitution. So I think that adding the in accordance with Article 181 of the Constitution is mere surplusage. It's not needed at all. Mr. Speaker, my humble view.
Table office. Please kindly take note of that. I think the honourable member is right.
Yes, Speaker, and so consequentially, if that can be done to items, resolution number 15 and 17, consequentially, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, so I'm moving to those pages. Page 19. He's already done the correction on that. Yes, but any more?
Yes, please. Page 19.
Yes.
The same item number 15. 15.2. The fourth sentence. We have government of the Republic of Ghana. Off is omitted, please, Mr. Speaker. 15.2.
15.2.
Line 4.
Line 4.
Yes. At the request of the government of the Republic of Ghana, off is omitted. Is the Republic of Ghana acting through the minister responsible for finance?
Well, on mine is there. Maybe yours is not there, so please try and capture it.
Yeah, and then, yeah.
Off between the Republic and Ghana.
Yeah, then.
It's missing, yes.
Yeah, then, on the same paragraph, the last line, which is there's also the two should replace 4, and it should read that's the. Let me take from the whole paragraph. That is between the government of the Republic of Ghana and the International Development Association (IDA) of the World Bank Group for an amount of $200 million to finance the Ghana tree crop diversification project, and not for finance. It should be to finance the project, but it is indicated for finance the project. Thank you.
Yeah, table office, the honourable member is right. Is to finance, not for finance. Page 20. Yes, honourable.
Right, Honourable Speaker, a consequential correction. So, the first paragraph, the last but one line, we are either using for financing the Ghana Tree Crop Diversification Project or to finance, but the current rendition cannot be accurate.
It's a consequential one. It's to finance. table office take note. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 23. Right. Okay.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I just need guidance, and it reflects on page 23 and page 10. The business statement that was presented, the phrase for the week ending, is it a term of fact or a term of act? Because the business statement that was presented was for the week ending Saturday, 16th December. So if it is a term of fact, then it should be Saturday. If it's a term of act, then we can understand that the week ends on Friday. So just so we are clear, if it's as a term of fact, it should be the week ending Saturday 16th, both on page 23 and page 10 of the report and proceedings.
Well, the House decided to sit on Saturday, so it will be the week ending Saturday, 16th December. But the normal sitting week is the week ending Friday. But last week we decided, and it was part of the Business Committee's report, that the House will sit on Saturday. I remember that Honorable Ablako raised an issue on that. But the response from the chair of the Business Committee was to the effect that if we do so well during the course of the week, there may not be any need for us to sit on the Saturday. But in programming, it's important that we cover it. And if we really perform well, then we can decide not to sit. So it will be the week ending Saturday, 16th December, 2023. Please, table office, take note of the corrections. The last page, page 24. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Before you adopt the proceedings, Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that we're still going through this business of going through votes and proceedings without the use of the console and the e-parliament program that we once spoke about. The Minister of Communication is sitting here. She hasn't said anything about e-parliament and the monies allocated to her. We've been approving a lot of money for her. Yeah, so I don't understand. Mr. Speaker,
well, Honourable Member, it's a worrying issue because she's there and she's been working with the Parliamentary Service on this matter. But there's a lot of bureaucracy involved, and I've been very disturbed about the delay. Undue delay was they allocated about $500,000 to support Parliament to do this work. The board has been working on it. The procurement unit, there's been some delay. It just last week, my attention was drawn to the inability of the service to enter into some agreement with the ministry and a proposed contractor also, but the clerk is not around for me to discuss with him, and so I'm told he will be arriving today. We'll go through it and see how we could expedite action on it. We are not even sure, unless the minister can assure us that that funding is still available, but we need to move ahead to get it done. Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, in view of the bureaucratic delays which have attended the execution of the contract for the expansion and improvement of the internet access in Parliament, the money has been withdrawn by the World Bank, and so that will no longer be available for the use of Parliament. It's unfortunate because about almost $5 million have been expended on this project already. And I know that the contractor has written, the project coordinators have been in constant touch with the Clerk of Parliament on this matter. There's several activities which are still outstanding which have not been done, not due to any tardiness on our part. I've assured Parliament several times that it would be a great source of pride if we can be able to deliver a paperless Parliament, particularly as a Member of Parliament who is also in charge of this sector. But through no fault of ours, the funding that has been set aside for this, the completion of this e-Parliament project, has been withdrawn, and I don't know when we'll be able to get further funding for this. But I'll be willing to brief the House on the status of this project if the Business Committee, or if I'm so directed to do so by your good self. But it's been a source of great disappointment to me that we haven't been able to complete this project, and even what was supposed to improve internet connectivity in Parliament has also not seen the light of day. But that's the status of, that's the situation as it is currently.
Well, this is a matter that was being handled by the 7th Parliament. And when I took over, I went through the documentation. A number of issues were raised by the clerk and technical team, and I asked them to follow up. The board has on many occasions followed up on the matter, but it looks like there was some misunderstanding between our technical people, parliamentary service, and the ministry with regard to the award of the contract. So until last week, I didn't know that they hadn't even entered into the agreement. And so the contractor from the ministry, I think one Josanti, wrote to me, and I had to invite him to come with our lawyer to explain what they did. But the clerk is not available. That's what has held it up. But the impression I got was that it was getting near the period for it to be withdrawn. But the minister has categorically stated that it's been withdrawn. And so we may need to look at other ways and means of funding it, because I know there's some contract work going on in trying to improve the internet connectivity of the presence of Parliament. Yes.
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to draw the attention of the Minister of Communications to the successor of the e-Ghana project or e-government project, under which that fund was supposed to be used for e-Parliament. There's a successor program called GIDA. And the minister, if she is so minded and will be magnanimous to Parliament, as a member of this august house, can find some of those funds. From there, she can realign, because the minister has some latitude in that program to see how NITA or one of the agencies under her ministry could realign funds from that project to complete this, so that this is not left as a hanging project. So we will want to implore the minister to find a way of doing some realignment to ensure that this program of an e-Parliament is completed and we don't leave it hanging. It doesn't become an ectopic pregnancy. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
I will accept the proposal by the minister for her to come and give us a brief, and then from there we will be in a better place or informed to discuss this matter. It's a matter of concern to all of us, because sometimes even the voting that we do here, it doesn't speak well of this Parliament, that we are still so much engrossed in manual and very, very basic, antiquated methods of taking decisions in this house. It's not the best. Anyway, With this, honorable members, the votes and proceedings of the 27th sitting dated Friday, 8th December 2023, as corrected, are adopted as a true record of proceedings. Please, honorable members, item 5, questions. 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 The Minister for Communications and Digitalization to take her seat. We have about 13 questions, and honorable members, in view of the nature of business before us, I will have to restrict supplementary questions. We start with question number 844. Question number 844. Yes, it's in the name of the honorable member for New Ejubiase, Honorable Adams Abdul Salam.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I have the authority of the Honorable Adams Abdul Salam to seek your permission to ask this question.
Seek your permission.
Yes.
But you need his authority first.
Yes. I said I have the authority of the Honorable Adams to seek permission from the Right Honorable Speaker to ask this question. You
have his authority to ask the question.
To ask the question.
Yes, on his behalf. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Communications and Digitalizations what steps are being taken to improve mobile telephony reception in the following communities. Tonkwasi number 1, Tonkwasi Breku, Afianso, Akutresu, Kojo Yentumi, Akwa Achiribuana, and Obo Bikrom.
Yes, Minister for Communications and Digitalization.
Mr. Speaker, the communities listed in the question have not yet been captured under the Ghana Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project. However, efforts will be made to survey, acquire, and build sites in these communities for them to benefit from the project, finances permitting.
Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary?
Right, Honourable Speaker, does the Minister have any timelines for the phase 2, given the fact that even phase 1 is pending? Per the answer, she says that she would effort to be made to survey, acquire, and build sites in these communities. So we're asking what timelines, and will this be part of the current program or part of a phase 2?
Yeah, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, any activity that we can take to implement any of these activities are dependent on us procuring the requisite financing. I cannot put a timeline on it when I don't know when or how we'll get the funds to complete these telephony projects, which have not even begun in the new Edubuyase constituency. So I cannot put a timeline to it. It's dependent on when we secure the relevant funding for it. I don't know when that would be secured, and so I can't put a timeline to it.
Yes, please.
No, Right Honourable Speaker, I just wanted to be clear. Yes, we hear you that you don't know when you get funds, but is this going to be part of phase 1 or phase 2 or a subsequent phase? And are you making steps to procure funds?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Parliament has already approved the communities that are going to benefit from the Ghana Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project. These communities are not included in that. We have not come back to Parliament for any additional phases because we have not secured the funding for any additional phases of this project. Until we do, we cannot put any timeline to it. If the approval given by Parliament doesn't cover these communities, then it means they are not included in it. And my information is that the approval did not cover these communities. So they are not included in the current phase. If we get the funding for subsequent phases, we will conduct all the activities that we've indicated in the answer. We'll survey, acquire, and build sites in these communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Haruna Idrisu.
Mr. Speaker, ordinarily, this is a constituency-specific question. Thank you for the indulgence. But to the Honorable Minister for Communications, you probably have two options that you can exercise in ensuring that the communities such as Breko, Afiansu, Yentumi, and others get access to telephony. One, Mr. Speaker, is that the mobile network operators can be guided by the minister, because this is a private sector-led industry. Even listening to the question on the floor here, the Speaker can prompt an action by a telecom operator to want to reach out to these communities. Her answer is on rural telephony and the use of her universal access fund. Mr. Speaker, what has happened to her universal access fund, which is supposed to be used to expand access of telephony to this community, to serve the underserved areas? What are you doing with your GIFEC resources? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as a former Minister for Communications, the Honorable Haruna Idrisu knows that the mobile network operators are only mandated to extend connectivity to district capitals. Beyond that, it is their own commercial imperative which will enable them or drive them to extend connectivity to communities beyond the district capitals. So I cannot compel them to extend connectivity beyond the district capitals. That's all they are obliged to do by the terms of their licenses. The Universal Service Access Fund, which is being managed by the Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communications, is used for several purposes in addition to extension of connectivity. If the Honourable Member wants to know what the Universal Service Access Fund is currently being used for, I'll urge him to file a question to that effect, and I'll provide a full response to that inquiry. As I stand now, I cannot off the top of my head, and this is a House of Record, give him exactly what the Universal Service Access Fund is being used for. So I await, the question here was specific. So it cannot be a supplement. The questions here were specific as to what steps are being taken to improve mobile telephony reception in the listed communities. And I've told the House that when we get the requisite funding, we would take steps to extend connectivity. If the Honourable Member wants to know what the Universal Service Access Fund is being used for, I'll respectfully urge him to file the requisite question, and I'll come and give him the appropriate response. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, since the former minister and the current minister wants to engage in the conversation, I allowed them because I didn't invite the minister to respond. She opted to come and do what she did. And so there are former ministers and current ministers, so I allowed them to engage in the conversation. But from Minister, from your answer, when will efforts be made? Because you said efforts will be made to survey, acquire, and build sites. When will the efforts be made to acquire, survey, and build sites? Speaker is permitted to ask questions. Yes, Majority Leader. You want to, just a minute. Majority Leader, let me know. Is Speaker out of order?
The speaker may not be out of order. I just want a clarification about the intendment of this discourse. Whether the speaker is directly asking a question from the chair. But we have said that the speaker is permitted to do that. So
yes, the speaker.
Go to my regional chairman. Whom am I? Whom am I to doubt the speaker? Even though these are emerging circumstances for the parliament, for the 8th parliament of the republic. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, our rule says Mr. Speaker shall not take part of the debate, and this is not debate. It doesn't say the speaker shall not ask questions. So, Mr. Speaker, you can ask questions. This is not debate.
Actually, there is no rule prohibiting, inhibiting, or in any way restricting the speaker from asking questions. In furtherance of the national interest, the speaker is permitted by law to ask questions. And this one is in connection with the interests of the people in these communities. And I am by law. When there is no law preventing me, it means the law permits me. And so I've asked the question just because it's important for her to clarify more when the efforts will be made to survey, acquire, and build the sites. So, Minister.
Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Yes.
You are now deciding that I should catch you. My eyes will catch you to answer the questions. Because I have not called you and you started saying, Mr. Speaker.
Because I'm recognizing the speaker.
Yes, draw my attention, yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to draw attention to the imperatives of Part 9 of the orders, which requires members. The imperatives of Part 9. You have your rules of procedure in your hands. And I thought that the deputy whip would know this. Mr. Speaker, questions are asked by members. By members. And I know that the speaker, even though he's not the
speaker. Where are you quoting? Please, may you draw my attention.
Because Mr. Speaker, no, you know.
You said Part 9.
Yes.
Part 9 says questions to ministers and other members.
Yes.
Not questions from, but questions to.
Yes.
Yes, you are to ask the members or ministers. It doesn't necessarily mean that the questions must be or must be by members.
Yes.
It only says questions to.
Yes.
Where the questions are coming from is not stated.
Yes, Speaker, I thought I mentioned the part, but the part has
you said Part 9.
Yes.
Yes.
That's the general part. You should have asked me which part are you drawing attention to? Which part of Part 9? If I had asked, I would have, because the speaker now is asking questions. If you had asked me, I would have shown you. Mr. Speaker, really is 66 that I was drawing attention to. But since the Speaker doubles up as the sole judge of the admissibility of a question, the Speaker is admitting his own question. So I will allow you to. I think I'm not taking anything away from you, except to draw attention to 66.3.1 that questions are asked by members. But the Speaker is not a stranger. He's not a stranger, even though technically he's not a member of the House. But let's go on, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Majority Leader, 66.1 says, Mr. Speaker shall be the sole judge of the admissibility of a question. Admissibility of a question. Admissibility when? That is when the questions are filed. Where is 66A1? 66.1 is where we started from. Mr. Speaker shall be the sole judge of the admissibility of a question. So when a question is filed, the person to admit the question to be put on the order paper or to be processed for the person it is directed to answer is the Speaker. Now you are talking about 66.3A. 66.3A. It says there shall be a questions record book to be kept by the clerk, which shall be open to inspection by members, and which will record A, the questions asked by members, B, the questions admitted by Mr. Speaker, and the time of their transmission to the ministers or members concerned, C, the answers given to the questions, and D, questions which have received no answers. This is talking about the process of the admissibility and the record keeping of those processes before the day they are called upon to answer the questions. You are now going to 68. (68.1) When the time for asking questions arrives, Mr. Speaker shall call successively each member in whose name a question stands on the order paper. That is the 68.1. And that's what we've done. Yes, then after that, you have the opportunity for supplementary questions. Now you are going to 69.1. And that is 69.1. As soon as a question is answered in the House, any member beginning with the member who asked the question may, without notice, ask a supplementary question to further elucidation of any matter of fact regarding which the answer has been given. But a supplementary question must not be used to introduce matter not included in the original question. Yes. Your debate is that the Speaker is not a member of the House. I'm not sure you have read the Constitution in its totality. Without the Speaker, the House cannot sit. There will be no House at all. And so the Speaker, during the deliberations of a House, is a member of the House. I have to explain it to you again.
Honorable Speaker, this debate is very interesting and educative. But the fact of the matter is, the question on when she is sourcing funds is a question that I asked in a supplementary, which she didn't answer. So if the Speaker is only asking for a response to a supplementary question that I had asked, the Speaker is not asking a new question. Because I asked the minister when she is going to source for funds, and that is exactly what the speaker has repeated, because the minister did not respond. So this debate can be laid to rest. Let her respond.
In any case, the majority leader is on a wild goose chase, because Order 5 is very clear. In case of doubt, these orders shall be interpreted by Mr. Speaker as he deems fit. In case of doubt, you are creating a doubt. I'm very clear in my mind that speakers, and throughout the Fourth Republic, I have been here from '93, speakers have always asked questions. That is permitted. Yes, please.
Speaker, we operate the committee system, and you are a member of a committee, just as the majority leader is a member of a committee. The Speaker, you chair the committee of selection, and yes, and the standing orders committee of the House. The Speaker, you are the chair. The committee of the selection, you are the chair. And the Speaker, we operate the committee system of Parliament. Therefore, Parliament consists of committees. And Article 103 of the Constitution mandates us to allocate members to committees. And the majority leader, who is the leader of the House, knows that and has confirmed accordingly. So I doubt why he is questioning his own actions in this chamber. But Mr. Speaker, most at times you ask the majority leader questions and he responds. Mr. Speaker, many at times you ask him many questions and he responds. So I doubt where today he wants to take the debate to. Mr. Speaker, this is not debate, this is question time. And the standing orders has not banned the Speaker from asking questions. The standing orders, Order Nante only says that the Speaker shall not take part of debate. And this is not debate. So, Mr. Speaker, I think you have done the needful, the right thing. And you have asked the minister question to clarify for us to follow, to carry us along. That's what, Mr. Speaker, you have done. Are you not enjoying Parliament?
Yes, Minister, may you respond to the question.
Mr. Speaker, the ministry will take these efforts when funds are secured. I am in no position to know when that will be, so I cannot give a timeline to it as to when we will start taking these steps to survey, acquire, or build sites in these communities. We will do so when we secure funds to that end. Thank you.
Yes, so we are clear that the ministry will start making effort after funds have been secured. That's very simple. Honorable members, we move on to the next question. Question number 1032 stands in the name of the Honorable Member for Pru East, Honorable Dr. Kwabena Donko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Communications and Digitalization what steps are being taken to improve mobile telephony reception in the... Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I take it again. I rise to ask the Minister for Communication and Digitalization when the poor telephone connectivity in the Pru East District beyond Yeji and Paramo townships will be improved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in the Pru East District, the Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communications, GIFIC, has built 2 sites in Labum Quarters and Labu Nsuano, both of which are operational. Sites have also been secured in Shelimvoya and Marigu communities in the Pruis district, which will be built when finances permit. Vodafone Ghana also has operational sites in Labu Insuano, Labu Quarters, and Parambo Swaba Township. Thank you.
Honourable Member, any supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wonder whether the Honourable Minister has appropriated to herself the powers of the Minister of Local Government. The two communities mentioned, Shelivonia and Kwarigu, are not in Pru East. So I believe the officials working with her have misled her. Those communities are not in the Pru East district.
Wow.
And so she is not in a position to know, but I just want to put it on record. So I will urge the minister that outside Labon Cortes and Labon Siano are very close to Paramo Sawaba, but the Pru East constituency with a record of armed robbery, I will play with the minister and ask that she doubles efforts to get connectivity to Nchamba, Bomodene, and other areas in the Pru East constituency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, yes, Minister, if you want to.
Mr. Speaker, the answer says clearly that we can only act when finances permit. So any action we can take, I share your desire to extend connectivity to all parts of the Pru East district and indeed to all parts of the country. But it is all subject to the availability of funds. So we can only do so when we get the requisite funding. And the procedure for these answers were provided by the agencies responsible for that. So I haven't taken any steps to arrogate to myself the powers of the Minister for Local Government. I'm only sharing the information that I have received with the House in answer to your question. So we take the information that these two communities, Shelimvoya and Kwarigu, are not part of the Pru East district in good faith. And we'll take whatever steps we can to improve connectivity to all the unserved and underserved parts of the country when the requisite funding is provided for it. Thank you.
Honourable members, move to the next question. Question number 1075 stands in the name of the Honourable Member for South Dai, Honourable Roxton Nelson Eche Kwame Dafiamako.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, the record will reflect that I have overtaken the majority leader in terms of length of name. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Communications and Digitalization whether government has any plans of selling its shares in Vodafone Ghana. Thank you very much. And if the table office will correct the spelling of digitalization. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the government of Ghana has no plans of selling its 30% shareholding in Ghana Telecommunications Company Limited. Vodafone Ghana, which holds 70%, has transferred its stake to the Telecel Group in February 2023. Thank you.
Any supplementary question?
Speaker, that is so. Mr. Speaker, may I find out from the Honourable Minister whether consent of the minority shareholder was sought in this sale? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
I'm not quite clear, Mr. Speaker, of what the supplementary question is. So if you could please repeat it.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Speaker, my question is to the effect whether the minority shareholder in this matter, which is the government of Ghana, whether its consent was sought by Vodafone Ghana prior to offloading their share to Telecel.
Under the shareholders' agreement, the consent of the minority shareholder is not required for Vodafone Ghana to transfer or to sell its shareholding in Ghana Telecommunications Company Limited. Consent is not required under the terms of the shareholders' agreement.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Speaker, that would be surprising because in company law, it's one of the key requirements, but we'll leave that matter for now. Mr. Speaker, my second follow-up will be to ask the Honourable Minister whether she can tell this House the value for the 70% share that Vodafone got in transferring to Telecel, if we can know the amount involved. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the question was specific as to whether government has any plans of selling its shares in Vodafone Ghana Limited. The answer has also been specific that government has no such plans. If the honourable member requires any further information, I'd suggest that he files a substantive question to which I'll come and give a response. I do not have that information off the top of my head. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, you have exhausted your supplementary questions.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, this is the third one. This is the third one, Mr. Speaker. Please indulge me.
You want to be given the opportunity?
Yes,
I will give you.
indulge me. However, Mr. Speaker, before I go to my third supplementary, my second supplementary emanated from the answer provided by the Honourable Minister. Her first paragraph, by way of response to my question, was that, Mr. Speaker, the government of Ghana has no plans of selling its 30% shareholding in the Ghana Telecommunications Company Limited. She could have ended it there, but she volunteered and stated further that Vodafone Ghana has transferred its 70% share or 70% stake in the company to Telecel Group in February 2023. So my second supplementary is emanating from this voluntary information. And my humble view is that if you are aware of the transfer, you ought to be aware of the value. But if the Honourable Minister says she's aware of the transfer, but she's not aware of the value, I'll come back to that with a mother question. But my final supplementary, Mr. Speaker, is whether or not in the agreement between Ghana Telecom and Vodafone, as part of the terms for any future transfer of Vodafone's interest, is that transfer to be subjected to parliamentary ratification? If she can inform the House. Mr. Speaker, my point is that in the agreement between, no, I'm explaining the agreement between, Mr. Speaker, my question is this: whether the transfer by Vodafone to Telecel is subject to parliamentary ratification. Thank you.
That definitely is not a supplementary question. It's not a supplementary question. There is even something you stated earlier on I may also want to learn from. That company law says that if a partner is to transfer this thing, there is a precondition, is that the minority shareholder must give a consent. No. That's a different thing. But you are saying that is the law. I just want you later to draw my attention to that law so that I can also learn. That is all what I'm saying. Yes, but this one is not a supplementary question. It's a major question. The second one was quite a supplementary question. If the minister hasn't got the information, that is right. But once the minister gives information of knowledge of that transfer, definitely you could ask a supplementary question on it, which you did. So you were right in doing that. So if the minister hasn't got the information here, that one could be supplied later on. Now with this, yes, Honorable Deputy.
Mr. Speaker, the minister answered by saying that in transferring the 70% share, the majority shareholder does not require the consent of the minority shareholder before they can go ahead. Will the minister consider making that agreement available to this House? And if yes, how soon?
The shareholders' agreement.
The one that says that the majority shareholder does not need the consent of the minority shareholder.
Well, Minister, honorable members, you see, in this exercise of questions and answers, I'm always guided by Order 2. Order 2 is very relevant to this. It says, except otherwise provided in these orders or in the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, these orders shall not restrict the mode in which Parliament exercises and upholds its powers, privileges, and immunities. This is a general guide. And so the orders are not meant to restrict the freedoms, the rights that have been given to this House, because they lead to your powers, your privileges and immunities. So is it possible, Minister, for you to make available a copy of that agreement?
May I know which specific agreement the honorable member requires?
The shareholders' agreement.
Between?
You stated clearly that there's nothing in that shareholders' agreement which require the majority shareholder in the transfer of his shares to seek the prior consent of the minority shareholder before doing so. Is that agreement he's requesting for a copy?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, because there are several agreements that guide the operations of the company. So I wanted to be clear exactly which one the member was requesting. We'll do so.
Yes, honorable members, we'll move on. Question number 1230 stands in the name of the honorable member for Karachi East. Honorable
Speaker, the question was 2 in 1. He said, if he can supply, then how soon? If she will do so, so how soon? Because we are going on recess on the 21st or 22nd. The Speaker, we have to take the minister by her word. And these questions were supposed to be answered 3 or 4 weeks ago. We kept on rescheduling them. So just as we are dealing with it today, we must hold the bull by the horn to clear every shadow of doubt. It's not enough to say, I will do so. If you can supply the house with that agreement, how soon or when? I think we must be specific.
Minister, when?
As soon as practicable. I have to request it from the company. So as soon as I receive it, I'll make it available to the House.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, as soon as practicable, can be hanged till the minister goes to opposition. And she must deliver the answer, the agreement before she goes to opposition. How practicable is she referring to?
She didn't use practicable. She said
as soon as practicable.
No, she said as soon as it is made available to her. That is, it is not in her possession now. As soon as it's made available to her, she will make it available to the House. The source, she has not told us, whether it's from the partners, as the shareholders, or from any government official. She hasn't told us. Yes, please.
The Speaker, the Minister for Communication and Digitalization is responsible for the Ministry of Communication on behalf of the President and the good people of Ghana. If she doesn't have, then who else in this country? And how safe are we? Mr. Speaker, this is a serious statement. We all know that. That's why we ask the questions of her and no other person. If she doesn't have, Mr. Speaker, then we are in trouble. A great trouble, of course. So, and Mr. Speaker, when the question...
Member, you don't need to do. The question is not to the ministry. The question is to her. And she's talking about herself. You may be the minister, or she is the minister of the ministry. But the copy of the agreement might not be in her possession. And so she's asking for it, for time to receive. It might not be in her possession, it will be in the possession of the ministry. That I don't doubt. And that's why I said she did not mention the source from which the copy will come. Yes.
Speaker, the minister was emphatic and spoke, based her answers on that agreement by saying that the majority, Vodafone Ghana does not need the consent of the minority shareholder by the agreement. Meaning, Mr. Speaker, she anchored her answer on that agreement, which means the agreement is in her bosom.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it's important that we get clarity on this matter because the minister, through one of her agencies, the NCA, actually blocked the initial sale of the 70%. She blocked it. And then through the regulator. The regulator, acting under the authority of the minister, blocked the initial sale. So if subsequently that same entity that she blocked the sale to came back again and now they have been handed over 70%, it could not be on the blind side or without the consent of the minority shareholder. So we need that document. And so we need to see that document.
Well, this is not part of the earlier information. You are now telling us or giving us more information as the basis for your probing to know. But that one, I'm not aware of it. You are now telling us. So I thought that during the brief, she will be able to give us more information for us to probe further. Yes, former minister.
Mr. Speaker, having listened to the minister, and Mr. Speaker, you recall yourself, you were in this house when the Vodafone SPA sales and purchase agreement was laid before this House in 2008, not necessarily a shareholder agreement. Mr. Speaker, the shareholder agreement had Vodafone 70%, Government of Ghana 30%. The minister in her answer today is telling this House that Vodafone Ghana have sold off its shares of 70% to Telcel. She is unable to provide this House with the amount or the value of the 70%. Mr. Speaker, my difficulty is to value the 70% in any sales and purchase agreement. You must have valued the 100% before you can sell off 70 and leave off 30. She represents that Government of Ghana 30% interest as Minister for Communication or the Minister for Finance. How is it possible that the minister doesn't have knowledge of the value of the 70%? Vodafone Ghana could not just wake up and sell 70% of its shares. Mr. Speaker, it's not argument. In corporate law, how can you sell 70% of what? 70% of what? And I say 70. I'm not satisfied with her answer. But the reference document is not shareholder agreement. It's the SPA which came here. We'll go back to it, Mr. Speaker, and come back.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thought the former Minority Leader knows the rules of this House. That you ask a question not containing any arguments. But you spent about 2 minutes arguing your case and not asking any question. But I agree with him, Mr. Speaker, if we have to come back, why not? Ask me a question. If we have to come back, why not? Because indeed and in truth, and Mr. Speaker, you know that from the days of Ghana Telecom, the sale to Telecom Malaysia when it came to this House and so on, the more you look, the less you see. We can begin from there. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that if people want to ask questions, the minister is here. The question is asked, supplementary questions. If you are not satisfied and want to come back, you could. Because after all, Parliament is to provide its oversight responsibility to this House, and indeed for the country. If members are not satisfied, they want to come back, they can always do that. But to get up and be arguing the case certainly is not permitted under our rules.
Honorable members, you are completely entitled to probe further by asking substantive questions on this matter. The minister has told us that she hasn't got the figure as she stands here. Maybe she has a general figure in her mind. So if you want it, we can ask further questions to get that from her. But the nature of the question that was initially asked might not have given her the opportunity to go further into the agreement that you are talking about. Because the question just wanted to know whether government has any plans of selling its shares in Vodafone Ghana. That was just all. And she said government has no plans, but volunteered an information that if maybe you heard something, is the partner that has offloaded or transferred its shares to Telcel. That is information she gave. And then based on that, supplementary questions emanated. But the specifics is what she hasn't got. And so you can follow up with questions to get that from her. Or we invite her, as we stated earlier on, to brief the House. That was, I thought, the understanding of the House. And she agreed that she will come to brief the House. There you can then probe further, and if there's a need for you to go beyond her answers, we can do so as a House. So with this, let's move on to the next question. Question number 1230. who stands in the name of the Honorable Member for Karachi East, Honorable Wisdom Gidisu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise as the Minister for Communications and Digitalization when the following communities in Karachi's constituency will be provided with mobile telephony network: Asubin, Adumadu, Asukoko, Jobokope, Bumbusu, Injari, and its environs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, GIFEC has a cell site in Edumedu, which is currently operational. It has secured 13 other sites in the Karachi East District in Nansu, Abriwanko, Napwa, Gamekope, Plesu, Okaniasi, Ayirefe, Bato, Kunda, Cement, Kotoku, Jani number 1, Ayurem, Bachire, and Chambakura, and built in sites in 10 of them already: Abriwanko, Nansu, Napwa, Ayiramu, Bachire, Plesu, Chambakura, Kotoku, Jani number 1, and Ayirafe, Bato. These will be operationalized when funding is secured. Land has also been surveyed for Game Kope, Cement, and Okaniase, and will be built when funding is secured.
Honorable Member, any supplementary?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for this vivid answer. But in her answer, you indicated that out of the 13 sites that have been secured, 10 sites have been built already, and waiting the rest, waiting availability of funds to operationalize the project. We are asking when. I want to know when exactly this funding will be secured. Mr. Speaker, we are asking when because you go to your constituency, the same question they ask you. Honorable MP, you ask the question, the Minister said, she will do ABCD. When is she going to do it? That's the next question the constituency will ask you. That is why we are so concerned about at least time-bound frame, that we can also have a hope that, next year something will happen. So that's why I want to know when do you intend to secure this funding, and whether the funding, whether you can find some space in the 2024 budget for these projects to be operationalized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like the Honourable Member, I would also love to have an answer to that question, but unfortunately, I don't. It's all subject to the availability of funds. So as soon as we get those funds, those sites will be operationalized. And I think I've been saying that in this House for quite some time now. So as soon as we do, those sites which have already been built will be operationalized.
Actually, we finished the first when. It's the second when that you should have asked. Well, the first when has been answered, which is when fund is secured. Now the next is when will funds be secured? Then on we go. But the first when has been answered. So when you go to your constituency and they are asking you when, the when is when fund is secured. Now they will ask you, when will funds be secured? That's why you should ask the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what I asked the Minister. When the funding will be secured, the funding she intends to secure, when will it be secured finally for the projects to come to, or to kickstart? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I was happy to read that some funding has been provided under the 2024 budget for rural telephony. So I'm hoping that with the approval of the budget, the appropriations would also be approved, and then we can begin to put pressure on the Ministry of Finance for actual releases to be made so that these projects will be continued. So, like you, I can also not give you a specific timeline as to when funding will be secured, because it is dependent on appropriations, releases, and actual receipt of funds, all of which processes are not within my control. Thank you.
So, Honourable Member, you now have work to put pressure on the Minister, for the Minister to put pressure on the Minister of Finance, for the funds that will be approved in the budget to release for that purpose. So we are making some headway. Honourable Members, we move to question number 1531. It stands in the name of the Honourable Member for Sisala West, Honourable Mohammed Adams Suparu.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister for Communication and Digitalization what steps the Ministry is taking to ensure that all communities in Sisala West District are connected to telephony network. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, you read a different question. What is on the other paper is different from what you just read. Or you decided to summarize it?
No, Mr. Speaker, I have two questions.
Question number 1531.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Says, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization President to ask the Minister of Communications and Digitalization
what steps the Ministry is taking to ensure
that all communities in Sisala West District are connected to telephony network. Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization, through the Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communications, is working tirelessly to connect the unserved and underserved communities through the Ghana Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project. As I indicated previously, we're seeking funding to complete this project, which will construct 2,016 cell sites and extend it to communities which are also not covered under this phase. Unserved communities in the Sisala West District will be included when funding is secured.
Yes. Honourable Member, any supplementary?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister when funding will be secured. Mr. Speaker, Sisala West is a constituency that actually shares borders with Burkina Faso, and we know the insecurity in Burkina, especially that Ministry of National Security came up with a policy that see something, say something. How are my people going to say something when they do not have access to telephone network in the Burkina Faso? Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I believe my answer to the previous question will apply to this question as well. Appropriations approved by this House, releases made by the Ministry of Finance, actual receipt of funds by the Ministry of Communications for onward transmission to the Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communications so that work can commence, all of which are not within my control. So I'll urge members to work, all of us to work expeditiously on approving the appropriations so that I can also start putting pressure on the Ministry of Finance to release the funds so that we can actually start working on completing this rural telephony and digital inclusion project for the benefit of our citizens in Sisala West District and the other unserved communities in Ghana. Thank you.
Yes, Minister, supplementary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to just find out from the minister if our case can be made a special case. Just not long ago, I think about 2-3 months ago, there was a report that some, people were seen at the borders, and there was a report that they actually even crossed border to our country, and the community that those people were sighted, and people actually assumed that they were part of those causing the disturbances at Burkina Faso. And Mr. Speaker, there's no any telephone network. It took somebody to pick a motorbike, ride a motorbike about 30 kilometers to the district capital to inform the police, Mr. Speaker. So I just want to find out from the minister if a special case can be made about our issue, so that those particular communities along the borderline, government, just as sometimes you have issues of emergencies, you create budget allocation for those emergencies. If something can be done about it, so that this issue can be solved, so that we will not be, experiencing any unforeseen disturbances in the near future. Thank you.
Honorable Minister is talking about whether privatization, his area could be, because of what he stated, be considered out of the normal program.
Mr. Speaker, like the honourable member, we're also equally concerned about the security implications of our border communities not having connectivity. And so we'll work with the Ministry of National Security and the Ministry of Finance to see what can be done to expedite action in connecting these very vulnerable communities along our borders, which particularly those neighboring the Burkina Faso and northern Togo and northern Ivory Coast, to see what we can do to connect those communities as a security imperative. Thank you.
Honourable members, move. Yes, honourable member for Wa Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we know that specific actions by a minister on specific issues are as a result of a general policy translated into activities which are now brought in a budget and allocated to those specific issues. I've heard the minister talking about when funds are available. Is it when funds are available or when the projects are particularly noted and specified in the budget? Because if funds are available and they are not in the budget, they are not specified, you still are unable to do the project. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister, is this particular project, which the MP has lamentedly indicated is creating a security problems for him, is it specific in the budget that when we approve it, it will be done?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, budgetary provision has been made for the rural telephony project in the 2024 budget, which is currently before this House. Connectivity to unserved and underserved communities are part of it. We're currently implementing a project which will build 2,016 cell sites across the country. And so if that approval is granted and release is made, we can take steps towards completing this ongoing project. But as it stands now, there is no funding to ensure that this project is completed until appropriations are done and releases are made. As a matter of national security, I'm sure certain adjustments can be made to existing programs to take care of emergency situations. But until there is funding available to implement even the ongoing projects, variations can be made to take care of emergencies or unforeseen situations that may arise. But once it's mentioned in the budget and it's approved, then we can begin to take steps to actually receive those funds so that we can begin working with it. So it's a step in the right direction. But until we complete our work in this House, we can't even begin to unlock those funds. That's why the appropriations is so critical. Once that's done, at least it's there, provision has been made for it, we can begin working with the Ministry of Finance to secure funds to complete this project, which is so important to all members of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Regime. New television sets sold in Ghana since 2014 support DTT services. Set-top boxes have been largely available in the market, but some economically vulnerable households have not yet acquired set-top boxes. The DTT migration policy requires the government to make provisions for that, and the ministry is in the process of procuring set-top boxes to support these vulnerable households. COVID-induced global chip shortages and logistical challenges have delayed the process, but we hope to receive the set-top boxes by the end of the second quarter in 2024. Most analog TV broadcasters have switched off their analog transmitters, and currently only 3 stations maintain analog TV transmissions in Kumasi, Koforidua, Accra, and Tamale. In real terms, despite the lack of a formal announcement, most TVs are receiving only digital signals. The ministry will announce the final date for the compulsory switch-off of analog TV transmitters when the set-top boxes for economically vulnerable households are available for distribution. And this will hopefully be by the end of the second quarter next year. Thank you.
Honourable Member, any supplementary?
Yes, right, Honourable Speaker. In 2021, I asked the minister the same question, and providing the answer in 2021, the minister gave an indication that as of 2019, we had obtained 90% coverage. It is here, reported on Thursday, 15th June 2021. I have it here. Today, the minister is reporting that 80% of the population is covered. Is the minister telling this House that since then, 2021 or 2019, Ghana has stopped importing digital televisions, or the 90% she gave in 2021 was wrong? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the answer says specifically that over 80% of the national population is covered. Over 80% includes 90%. Over 80%. It doesn't say 80%.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Yes, right, Honourable Speaker. Obviously, there is a huge 10% difference between 90 or 80 and 90. So when you say over, and that over means it covers 90%, I would have thought that from 90% in 2021, we should be heading towards 100%. So, but that notwithstanding, let me ask the Minister. She indicated in her answer that the network is operational and cost is fully borne by government. I want to ask the Minister whether she has received a petition from the Ghana Independent Broadcasters Association about the cost being charged them to transmit on the network. In case the Minister wants to say no, let me remind her that the Committee of Communications in Parliament have that petition. So why is he saying that it is fully borne by government when the broadcasters are paying?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member has two questions standing in his name. I think he's confusing the answer to the second question with this one. So I'll urge him to hold his horses. I have said nothing about the broadcasters and the cost of operations in this answer, and safe to say that the network is operational and the cost of operations and maintenance has been fully borne by the government to date, and that is a fact. So I'll urge the member to wait, and when we are discussing the answer to the next question, then we can have that conversation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Well, Honourable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to ask a follow-up on the set-top boxes. I just wanted to find out from the Minister what criteria would be used in the distribution of these set-top boxes when they are finally procured and acquired by government. Who are you going to target, and what mechanism are you using to target them? And I hope that those set-top boxes will not come with conditional access. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the answer indicates, they will be given to vulnerable households, and the criteria that will be used will be determined by the committee which is in place to manage the analog, the digital terrestrial television process. It will not be done by the minister herself. There's a committee which is managing this process, which includes all stakeholders, and so they will be in charge of distributing this set-top boxes. Now, the specifications for the set-top boxes were provided by the National Communications Authority and approved by the Ghana Standards Authority. And I think those specifications are available on the websites of these two organizations. I don't have it off the top of my head. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, we move on to the next question. Question number 1785 stands in the name of the same honourable member from Bunkurugu. So, honourable member, you may ask the question.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity once again. I arise to ask the Minister for Communication and Digitalization how much Ghana has spent so far in the digital migration process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the government of Ghana has paid a total amount of $151,901,039 in respect of the digital terrestrial television network deployment, solar power deployment, operations and maintenance costs, and consultancy services related to the digital terrestrial television migration from October 2015 to February 2023. Government cannot continue to bear the cost of operating and maintaining this network as it has done to date, having spent over $62 million on O&M. None of the broadcasters on the DTT platform pay for using it, and this situation cannot continue in our current economic state. Thank you.
Honourable member, any supplementary?
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, may I find out from the Minister how much has been spent on the importation of set-top boxes? She has given some breakdown of how much has been spent on other components. How much has she spent on the importation of set-top boxes, which she said since 2019, COVID has prevented from coming into the country. 2019 it was COVID, 2020 it was COVID, we are in 2023 and she's still blaming COVID for it. How much has she spent, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the question was specifically on how much Ghana has spent so far in the digital migration process. The answer provided indicates how much Ghana has spent on the digital terrestrial television migration process. The answer says nothing about COVID. Absolutely nothing about COVID. So I have no idea what this supplementary question is in aid of.
Well, it's the former question, not the earlier question that she mentioned COVID-induced global chip shortages and logistical challenges, but not in this answer. So, Honourable Member, where did you get the COVID from?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You see, I had an outstanding follow-up question on the first question I asked. And then in her answer, she indicated that we can have that conversation in the second answer. So we realized that I asked only 2 supplementaries instead of 3. So I thought it's in line with that I want us to have that conversation, Mr. Speaker, because that answer is in the first question, which she used COVID as an excuse once again. So I thought we can have that conversation since she's the minister and she's on top of her issues. Thank you.
So what is the question?
Mr. Speaker, so the question is, she used COVID in 2019, used COVID in 2020, used COVID in 2021. We are in 2023, and she's still saying that as a result of COVID-induced challenges, set-top boxes have not been able to come into the country. I want to know, set-top boxes, how much has he spent in importing set-top boxes? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as far as my memory serves me well, there was no COVID in 2019. So I'm really struggling to understand what the honourable member is going on about. The question specifically requested how much we had spent in total on the DTT project. The answer has been provided. If he wants to know exactly how much has been spent on set-top boxes, I would kindly request that he files a specific question on that, because I cannot provide that figure because I don't have it with me here, and I'll give him that information. But the question, the answer as provided to the question as asked, says nothing about set-top boxes. I am providing information as to what has been spent in respect of the network deployment, solar power deployment, operations and maintenance, and consultancy services. If he wants other information on other aspects of this process, I can provide that. But I don't have that information with me here.
Well, Minister, the issue arose because in the first question, he was trying to probe into that area, and you said no hold on, you have a question in this area. So when we get there, we can have the conversation. In fact, that was the phrase we used, we can have the conversation. So that's why, according to him, these follow-up supplementary questions, he did not ask them. So he thought this was the appropriate time to raise them. But you say you don't have the answer here, so that I have no problem with. He could follow up later with a substantive question. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, he was asking about petitions received by GIBA in respect of payments that they were supposed to make or had made under this DTT project. And I told him that that had nothing to do with the question that I was answering at that time. It may probably come under the next question. So it wasn't even about set-top boxes that he was asking. He was asking about petitions received by GIBA and whether operators had paid anything to be utilizing that platform. And I thought that I had made a specific statement about that in the next question that he was asking, and not then. The question he asked then,
will come back when after we have gone on recess and come back. We'll come back to it. That question will be asked, Mr. Speaker. But let me ask, Mr. Speaker, the question that she is interested in answering. Have you received petition from GIBA in relation to charges that they are paying for the network, to be on the network of DTT? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've indicated in my answer, and I'll direct the member's attention to the last paragraph of my answer, none of the broadcasters on the DTT platform pay for using it as I speak. And this situation cannot continue in our current economic state. GIBA is not a broadcaster hosted on this platform. So I don't know in which capacity they would be acting. They have constituent members who are broadcasters on the DTT platform, but none of them have paid a peswa to date for being hosted on the platform. So it is not correct to state that any entity being hosted on the platform has paid for being hosted on it. They have not. There is actually matters pending in court because they have been notified that government has indicated that it cannot continue to pay for the operations and maintenance of this DTT platform. And so the users of the platform must pay for the services that they use. That notification has been sent to the broadcasters being hosted on the platform. Some of them are negotiating with the management of the DTT platform as to payment terms for it. Others are adamant that government should continue to pay. But my answer is clear. The government says it cannot continue to pay for it. So if they do not pay for it, unfortunately, we may find ourselves in the situation where we cannot receive TV broadcast signals because the platform will be shut down for non-payment of the operational expenses that it incurs. It is incurring. So I think it's incumbent on all of us to work together to ensure that this critical national information infrastructure stays operational. Thank you.
Honorable members, due to the nature of the business in the House, are directed sitting be held outside the normal prescribed hours. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, just so that we are clear, the Minister's response, where she quotes in excess of $62 million as being cost on the DTT O&M, has to do with government bearing transmission or distribution cost. But the question the honorable member was asking, that Giba has brought on behalf of his constituent members, has to do with contribution feed cost. We just want to find out from the minister that even for the distribution cost, which government is bearing, does she have a definite date when the broadcasters will begin to pay? Or are we holding on in perpetuity? If the decision is that they have to pay, what engagements are being done? And have you put in place the management committee, which ought to be in place per the DTT guidelines? Has that management company been put in place for all of this to be completed? And then what specific dates will they?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we'll engage the committee on the details of it. But all I have to say is that government has spent 62 million so far on operations and maintenance of this platform. It cannot continue to do so. And I am clear in my mind that early in the next year, if no action is taken to secure additional or supplementary funding for it, then we will have a crisis on our hands. But I'll engage the committee on this further as we work to avert this situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, can we now move on to question number 1786? It stands in the name of the same honourable member from Bunkugu.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, once again for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Communications and Digitalization the number of communities that have benefited from the rural telephony project till date. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the ministry has built 1,008 out of the 2,016 sites earmarked for the rural telephony project. Out of the 1,008 sites built, 498 sites are operational, and we intend to connect all the remaining built sites and complete the remaining 1,008 communities soon, finances permitting. Thank you.
Yes, honourable member, any supplementary?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The Minister has just told us that the ministry has built 1,008 sites, of which 498 sites are operational. Mr. Speaker, on the 30th of October this year, the Minister at a program in Suhum, where she was commissioning an CIC project, Community Information Project. I was there, Mr. Speaker. Right behind her was also seated the ranking member for communications. The minister announced that during the NDC time, they managed to build only 70 cell sites, but they have been able to build 2,000 cell sites. That differs from her answer that she just gave. Can I find out from the minister whether she was just playing politics with this, or she still stands by the 2,000 cell site that she said they built at Suhum on the 30th of this October? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I was invited to answer a specific question standing in the name of the honourable member, to wit, how many communities have benefited from the rural telephony project to date. And that's the answer I have given. To clarify the confusion in his own mind, from 20 2009 to 2016, the NDC government built 78 cell sites in total. 78 cell sites. The rural telephony project is a specific project that was approved by this House to build 2,016 cell sites, and we built 1,008 out of those to date. In addition to that, from 2017 to 2019, Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communications built an additional 500 cell sites. If you add that to the 2016, that will give you 2,516 cell sites once this whole project is complete. So I wasn't just doing politics, I was stating a fact. And the fact is that from 2009 to 2016, the NDC government built 78 cell sites. The NPP government has to date built, and by the time we finish our time in office, would have built in excess of 2,000 cell sites. There's no basis for comparison. He invited me to go down this path when he asked whether I was playing politics. I was merely stating facts. This is a house of record. And so, if you ask for it, you will get it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, the minister is fond of praising herself, and she just told us a while ago that the MPP have built 2008, right? And said that by the time that they will leave office. Mr. Speaker, she is talking about the future. When she is making comparison of the NDC records, which is past, how can she reconcile that and think that I have confusion in my mind? Mr. Speaker, who has confusion in his or her mind? Thank you.
Honorable members, under order 93.5, I will not admit that question. So we may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I'm clear that I don't have a confusion in my mind. And borrowing from my ranking, there's a saying that statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal very vital information. And so the minister has just given us statistics. But it's important that we set the information, the vital information clear. The minister, is a question. The minister has stated to this house that they are building 2,016 cell sites. So she has set her own marking scheme. Her own questions. The marking scheme now is how many of those cell sites are active. Per her answer, she says 498. Mr. Speaker, that's a score of 24.7%. We leave that to be graded. I want to ask the minister, you are talking about 2,016 sites, 2,016 sites. In 3 years, you have built 498. So when are you going to complete the remaining 510 to get your 1,008 and then the additional 1,008? When are you going to build it? If in 3 years you did 498, do you have any assurance that you can do 1,518 in less than a year?
I thought that the minister, clear from the answer, says they built 1,008. It's the 498 that are operational. 498 are operational. As to building, they built 1,008. That is 1,786. 6. That's the answer on the order paper.
Respectful Right Honourable Speaker, building a cell site that, oh, I have caught the eye of the Speaker. You are not the Speaker. What's your number? Number 3 has given me the opportunity. What's your number? Right Honourable Speaker, building the cell site is of no consequence and value to the communities if it is not operational. And so, for it to be operational is when you can say you have completed it. Except the minister is saying that she's completed 510 sites. They can serve the people of Ghana, but she has intentionally not turned them on. Then, Mr. Speaker, we are going to the realms of causing financial loss to the state. So, those sites have not been completed. What she has completed per her answer are 498. So that is what we can work with. The remaining 510, Mr. Speaker, per her answer are not operational.
Honourable Member, both of you using the word built. And I'm saying that if you are using that word built, it's clear in the answer that she says they built 1,008. That is what is in the answer. Now, you are not talking about completion. Her answer says here, 498 sites are operational, which meant that a lot of them are not yet completed. And so this is what is the answer we have now. Please. Yes, Honourable Minority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, we thank our colleague, the Minister, for the answers. In her answer, she said 498 sites are operational. I know this project was approved in this House, but the last sentence in her answer says, when finances permit, she said finances permitting. So the question is, when do you think finances will permit for you to complete the 1,518 that has been approved? Because it was a loan agreement approved in this House. Why is the loan agreement not being drawn down to complete the 2016 cell sites that we approved in the House?
Well, this is a new thing that has come in. I don't have it here, but Minister, you may answer.
Mr. Speaker, since I started answering questions today, this phrase keeps coming up. And I think we've all agreed that because the budget statement captures some funding for rural telephony project, we will work towards approving the appropriations so that I can begin putting pressure on the Minister for Finance to release the appropriated funds for us to complete this rural telephony project. Yes, it was a loan that was approved by this House which commenced this process, but we all know that it was a China Exim funded facility that was being used to implement this project. But all that has been caught by the exigencies of the moment, and so those funds are not currently available to us to complete this project. And that is why government has made provision through its budget for some funding to complete this project, which is so absolutely critical for all of us in this country. So I'll urge the House to work expeditiously towards approving the appropriations so that I can also begin pressurizing the Minister for Finance to release these funds so we can actually complete this project. In my previous answer to this House, I gave a full breakdown on the current status of the rural telephony project. And it might interest members to know that the 1,008 cell sites that have not been built. All the equipment for that is currently in warehouses in this country. All the equipment for that is in country, awaiting funding so that they can be mounted in the communities, connected, and begin delivering connectivity to the unserved and underserved communities. So it is incumbent on all of us to work assiduously to approve the appropriations so that we can begin pressurizing the Minister for Finance to release funds for the completion of this project. And I can assure the House that once funding is secured, this project will be completed by the third quarter of next year. That is an assurance that I can give this House once the funding is secured. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your assurance is based on a condition, a conditional assurance. Yes, I wanted to allow the member there before I come to you, leader. Yes. Honorable.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've just heard the minister made an assurance to the House that by the end of next year, the projects, the remaining 1,000 plus will be built. Is that an assurance? She knows that she's making this assurance on the floor of the House. Will she stand by her words if that is not done by the end of next year? Because I am the ranking member for Government Assurances Committee, because we are going to hold her responsible for her words. So can you tell us that you will stand by your words if by the end of next year, third quarter, right? Yes. By the end of third quarter next year, if that is not done, will you stand by your words, Honorable Minister?
I thought we are past that stage. Because I myself stated that this is a conditional assurance. Because it's based on the release of funds and also even on when the funds are released. If the funds are released at the third quarter of next year, it will not be possible to complete the project. So it's just a conditional assurance. Majority Leader.
Speaker, I just wanted to remind the House that after we concluded the debate, the letter that you transmitted to the Finance Minister included this, that rural telephony and rural electrification. You said to him that members are concerned. And so the Minister of Finance should ensure that the amount allocated for rural electrification, rural telephone is released. And you even indicated that that amount contained in the budget is inadequate. So, and you made this on behalf of the House. So I believe that this reinforces the concern of the entire House.
Well, I did inform the House about this letter to the ministry, trying to, as the minister stated, prompt the ministry and also put pressure on the minister to release the fund for some specific areas that were noted during the course of the debate on the budget statement and economic policy of government. So this is one of the areas, actually. Yes, Honorable ABA Hussein.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The last statement is answer of especially the minister has elicited my concern in respect of the assurance, because the minister knows, Mr. Speaker, that even her whole gamut of capital expenditure, almost zero has been released.
What does that mean?
The capital expenditure for the ministry.
You said almost zero.
Mr. Speaker, for a government that has espoused Ghana beyond 8, that it is possible for the state itself to take action to ensure that resources that are required for the prosecution of national development comes from even within government itself. That capital expenditure critical for infrastructure, zero, Mr. Speaker. And so, even if you are looking for, yes, I'm shaving you. You don't need to touch your head, Mr. Speaker. And so, even when that has not been released, the minister cannot get assurance that even that money will be released for the capital expenditure that the ministry needs to undertake. And then we are going ahead to give another assurance of monies that we know even are secondary to such releases. Mr. Speaker, that is what the general problem I foresee with this is that there's a lack of commitment and getting the requisite resources to the ministry to discharge those obligations. Mr. Speaker, the particular issue I want to address here also has to do with the migration from analog to digital, which has gotten stuck because of the same resources, Mr. Speaker. So my question is that, Minister, can you stand on the visa and ensure that the monies that are due to be released for the prosecution of those projects will actually take place, given the very bad performance from the finance ministry in respect of this matter? The monies are not coming from government.
I think the information shared is very useful, but the supplementary question is a repeat of what has already been answered. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out from the minister that the statement she made that if Parliament is to approve the Appropriations Act, then Appropriations Bill, then they will be able to have enough money for the project. Mr. Speaker, we've heard this before. During the e-levy, we were told that if e-levy passes, all our problems will be solved. E-levy passes. You know, we heard this so many times. So I want to find out that if we are to pass this, are we not going to have another e-levy episode when the program will still exist after the passage of the Appropriations Bill?
Honourable members, the second deputy speaker to take the chair. Honourable members, we'll move on to the next question, and that is question number 1901.
Yes.
All right.
Question 1902.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Communications and Digitalization what steps are being taken to improve mobile telephony in the following areas in the North Dai District: Botoku, Choho, and Apate. Thank you.
Minister, hold on. Minister, hold on. But Honourable Jocelyn, I thought the question you asked was in respect of 1902, but your question is 1901.
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker. My question is question number 1901.
1901, yes. And that was the question you asked?
Yes.
Okay, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. GIFEC has secured land and built a site in Choho, and a connectivity drive test and site survey has been conducted in Botoku. Efforts will be made to survey, acquire and build sites in the remaining communities as soon as funding is secured to extend the rural telephony project. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Joycelyn, any supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. This is the third time I have asked this question, and then it looks like this is the third time I have received the same answer for the question. It's quite depressing, Right Honorable Speaker. I only pray and hope that the 1 year left for the Honorable Minister's government to leave power should be able to raise some funds to complete the project. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, can you say something?
Mr. Speaker, my party is breaking the 8, so we will be in power for more than 1 more year. She took us down that road, and me, I say, if you open the door, we will all walk through it. So we are breaking the 8. Mr. Speaker, in all my answers to the questions asked, and I have repeated that since this morning, all the actions that we would take to complete this rural telephony project are dependent on the availability of funds. So let's all work together to secure the funding that we need to complete this critical infrastructure for the benefit of our citizens. Thank you.
Very well. Let's now turn to question 1902. Honorable Lady Alamisi Tempani. Yes. Honorable, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Before I ask the question, I want to make the note that this question was asked about a year ago. It has outlived its usefulness, but I'll still ask the Minister. I rise to ask the Minister for Communication and Digitalization the current state of the COVID tracker launched by the Vice President in 2020. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we were billed to answer this question last week, and I was here to answer this question. So I don't know when it was submitted, so I'm not aware that it's been, at least we were made aware of this question and invited to answer this question last week, and I was present in the House to answer it, but it wasn't taken. The COVID-19 tracker app, which was launched in 2020 to specifically help track COVID-19 cases, is no longer in use. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, you earlier on said the question.
I'm not asking a follow-up question.
Okay.
I just want to thank the Honorable Minister for coming to answer the question. Thank you.
Very well. So let's now turn to question number 1903. 1903. Honorable Akwesi Owusu-Afrifa Amasaman. Amasaman. Offensive South, may you ask the question for and on his behalf? What? Yes, this morning at the press sitting, that was the agreed arrangement that if the owner of the question is not here, somebody should ask the question for. So, Honorable Member for Offensive South, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Communication and Digitalization what steps the ministry is taking to improve access to telecommunication network in Amasamai constituency, particularly in the following communities: Onyasana, Akwatiri, Okushi Biade, Yahuma, Kwajo Ashon, Sam Odumase, Otumina, and Mpehuasam. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, none of the communities listed in the Amasaman constituency are included in the Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project. However, efforts will be made to survey, acquire, and build sites in these communities when finances permit.
We turn to question 1947. I guess, honorable offenses, I don't have any supplementary question, because the answer has been the same, availability of funds. So let's turn to 1947. Honorable Mohammed Adams Sapal, Sisala West. Yes, honorable member for North Biase ask the question for on his behalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Communication and Digitalization when mobile telephony network would be extended to the following communities in the Sisala West constituency: Zini, Nyentie, Pipilemi, Gumo, Kungoku, Nyimeti, Daseme, Bele, Duwe, Dakuma, Fachu, Kuzeni, Wasai, Folitein, Wiro, and Kuni. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, GIFEC has secured land and built sites in 9 communities in Sisala West constituency. 4 of these sites in Dasima, Nyimeti, Kusali, and Fachu are currently operational. Towers have been built in Zini Clinic, Palawie Wasai, Henyen Gumu, Sobele, and Bawiasibele, which are yet to be connected. The remaining communities mentioned will be considered in future phases of the project. Vodafone Ghana has network coverage in Kusali, Nyimeti, and Dasima communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to bring to the attention of the Minister that yes, Vodafone has erected a mast in the communities Kusali, Nyameti, and Dasima, but they have not been integrated. So as we speak, according to the MP, to the member, there's no network in these communities, even though the mast has been erected. So when are you going to get the mast integrated so that they can have services?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my information is that they actually have network coverage, not just masts built. But I'll follow up and find out what the actual status is and notify the member. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We will now take the last question from Honorable Oscar Ofolilabi. I will read. Honorable, you may take the last bite.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to ask the Minister for Communications and Digitalization when the following communities in the Dahomey constituency will be connected to the National Communication Network: Kwau, Asem Krom, Kojo, Papweso, Amanshia, Nkwanta, Amonie, Akontomran Kwanta, Ankase, Jomoro, Ibikwa Ukrum, Nyamedema, and Debiasem. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, GIFEC has acquired lands in 19 communities in the Awen constituency, namely Kweu Enchi, Limankrum, Disue Ano, Amonie, Ebikwa Krum, Asem Krum, Akontomran Kwanta, Debiasem, Nyakam Memu, Kwekuata, Papweso, Enkwanta, Alata Krum, Nyaka Memu, Afodria. Out of these, cell sites have been built in the following 8 communities: Kwewu Enchi, Liman Krum, Disue Ano, Amonie, Ebikwa Krum, Asem Krum, Akontomran Kwanta, Debiasem. None of these sites are on air yet due to connectivity challenges. And GIFEC is working to find alternative solutions to get the sites on air. The remaining communities will be considered in future phases of the project, finances permitting. AT has 4 operational sites in the constituency at Boyenso, Enchi, Yakasi, and Jema. AT intends to extend coverage to Chesendaho, Iwabra, Oman Pe, Abochia, Sewum, Jema, Akwala, Boyenso, and Enchi Camp. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the 8 communities that the minister is saying they have built cell sites, that is true. But it was built for the past 3 years. And he's indicating there are connectivity challenges. May I know the challenge? Is it technical one or finances? So that I will know what to tell my people. Because they are ready to help you generate revenue. Because e-levy will be accrued from these facilities. So if they are not there, how do we generate the revenue? So, Minister, try and connect them so that they help you get the finances that you need to also help our people. See something, say something. You can't see something without saying it. And to say something is by these facilities. If they are connected, then when they see something, they can really communicate to the security authorities to avert whatever, challenges we have in insecurity. So, Minister, let me know what type of challenges is being faced. Thank you.
Minister, is there any challenges apart from financial availability?
Mr. Speaker, they may both be technical, but are certainly financial. I'm not sure if there are other technical challenges, but there are some of these sites where, because of the nature of the terrain, it's difficult to get connectivity apart from satellite connectivity. But we are working to ensure that all the build sites are connected once we get the requisite funding for it, because we know how important connectivity is for the development of all the communities in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. On behalf of the House,
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister has indicated about 5 or 6 communities that AT intends to extend coverage to the area. May I know what the extension is about? Because these communities are already enjoying network system. So I don't get it when AT is saying they are considering extending coverage to the area. They are already in operational. The network is there. They are working. So I don't get it. Whether they are going to expand the coverage by the meaning of extending or whatever. So if I can get that clarity about what they intend to extend to these communities. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's the information AT provided. Maybe they are, excuse me, maybe they are currently enjoying 2G and will be enjoying 3G or 4G services in future. I don't know. I'll find out from them what the nature of the extension they contemplate are and let you know. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Honorable Minister. On behalf of the House, let me thank you for attending upon the House to answer 13 different questions. You are hereby discharged. Yes, leader, let me come to you for any indication.
Speaker, if you can do item 8, presentation and first reading of bills.
Honorable members, let me invite you to page 8, item listed 8, presentation and first reading of bills by the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources.
Speaker, the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources is outside the jurisdiction. I'll seek indulgence to present the paper on behalf of the Minister.
Very well. Leave granted.
An act to establish the Ghana Boundary Commission to determine and demarcate the land boundaries of Ghana and delimit the maritime boundaries of Ghana in accordance with accepted principles of international law, to protect and secure the interests of the Republic in determining and demarcating land boundaries and delimiting maritime boundaries of Ghana, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the bill is read the first time and it is referred to the Committee on Lands and Forestry for consideration and report.
Speaker, may we now turn to page 15. Page 15 and take item 22.
Honourable members, kindly come with me to page 15. Page 15, item listed 22, motion by the chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to move the motion. Mr. Speaker, this particular motion is for the 2020 report. And because we are bringing the 2021 next week, I suggest that I move the motion. It is seconded and the question is put because it's overtaken by events. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise to move.
Honourable, I didn't get that portion.
I'm saying that this particular motion is for a report that referred to 2020 audit report. And we are bringing a 2021 report next week.
So it's kind of overtaken by event. So let me move the question. Let it be seconded that the question is put. We don't debate it because similar thing is coming in the next report. Next week.
Well, leadership. That
if
is
we want to
suggestion.
debate it, we can debate it. But I think that because of time, we can save time by not debating this particular one. I just move it, you seconded, and then we put a question.
Yes, let me hear from the leadership.
Speaker, I was going to suggest that if there are any critical issues, then we may attend to them. But I got the impression at the tail end of his own presentation that the content relate to matters that are also part of the subsequent presentations. So if that is the case, then maybe, as he said, we will only note the submission that he makes, and then when he gets to those other matters, he will stand those ones down so that he draws the attention of the House to those matters when it comes to the presentation of, is it 2021? 2021, so that we put the two together.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I hold a different view. Mr. Speaker, the content, if it is 100% safe, then I will have no reason to object. But if the content differs, then there is the need for members to at least have a bite, unless no member wants to speak to it. And I asked him whether the content is the same. He said it's almost the same. Almost does not mean it's the same. So let him move the motion. Let someone second. And then at least, if there's anyone who wants to speak to it, let us speak to it, and then we can move on. As long as it's not the same.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, the content cannot be the same. After all, they relate to 2 different years. So they cannot be the same. But it's indicating to us that the nodal issues are about the same. So we don't maybe have to waste so much time on that. I'm just saying that he should isolate those matters. So that when we come to the consideration of the 2021 one, then he will lead us into discussing those matters.
Very well. Honorable Chairman, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on pre-university educational institutions for the year ended 31st December 2020. Mr. Speaker, I present the committee's report and I read the introduction and the conclusion. And ask that the answer capture the entire report as having been read. Mr. Speaker, the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, pre-university educational institutions for the year ended 31st December 2020, was laid before the House by the Majority Leader and Minister for Parliamentary Affairs and referred to the Public Accounts Committee for examination and report in accordance with Order 1652 of the Standing Orders of the House. So, Speaker, the committee met and considered the report and present this report to the House. So, Speaker, the committee urges the pre-tertiary educational institutions to uphold and act in accordance with the Public Financial Management Regulation, as well as the procurement laws of the Republic of Ghana. The committee therefore recommends that management of the pre-university institutions cited by the Auditor General should implement all the recommendations in the committee's report and submit status report to the committee through the Auditor General within 6 months after the adoption of the report. The committee was of the considered view that the observations and recommendations of the Auditor General fairly represented the financial transactions that took place in the pre-university educational institutions in the 2020 financial year. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt its reports on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana pre-university educational institutions for the financial year ended 31st December 2020 in accordance with Order 1653 of the Standing Orders of the House. Mr. Speaker, respectfully submitted. Thank you.
Yes. Am I seeing Honourable Member for Officer South to second? Okay, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I rise to second the motion on the floor, motion number 22, that this Honourable House adopts the report of the Public Accounts Committee and the report of the Auditor General on pre-university education institutions for the financial year ended 31st December 2020. Speaker, in seconding the motion, I want to make a few comments. And Speaker, I want to refer you to paragraph 6.0, table 1, analysis of the 2019 and 2020 irregularities. Speaker, if you look at the table, the total infractions in 2019 was 23.4 million, and it increased to 41.7 million, which is not a pleasant development. Speaker, however, if you look at the categories of infractions, cash irregularities increased by 98.89%. Stores/procurement irregularities went down by 2.2%. Payment irregularities went down by 7.6%. But unfortunately, tax irregularities went up by a whopping 826.6%. Speaker, however, if you look at the various irregularities, a number of them were avoidable. Speaker, if you look at paragraph 8.1, unsupported payments, Speaker, this was of common occurrence. Virtually all the pre-universities, had this problem. When we interacted with them, Speaker, the excuse or the explanation they gave was that some of the documents were misfiled. Others said some of the documents got missing because they relocated. Speaker, according to the report, the management of 44.8.1, Mr. Speaker, and with your kind permission, I read, the management of 44 institutions in 10 regions could not authenticate total payment of 3.5 million with the relevant supporting documents. Speaker, this could be easily addressed if they digitize, their various institutions. They can have soft copies. Once they have soft copies, the issue about missing documents, the Speaker would not arise anymore. Speaker, again, if I may refer you to paragraph 8.2 and 8.3, uncollected rents or rent arrears, and also outstanding salary advance. Speaker, these are issues that could have been addressed, with ease. If the rent or salary advances were tied, to their pay, if the deductions were made at source. Speaker, this problem about rent arrears and uncollected rent or outstanding salary advance, again, wouldn't have arisen. Speaker, again, 8.4, paragraph 8.4, unearned salaries. Speaker, as many as 94 separated staff were paid an amount of 591.722 thousand. Speaker, if you have separated from an organization, why should you continue to receive salary? I think if the validators, would do a better job and ensure that anybody who separates from the organization is quickly taken out of the payroll, Speaker, this infraction again wouldn't arise. Speaker, my last comment is on paragraph 8.17, delayed or abandoned projects. Speaker, some projects have been abandoned for over 14 years. These are mainly GET fund projects. Speaker, the heads of the various institutions were compelled to attend to public accounts committee sittings. Speaker, and they were helpless because they had no answers as to why the projects had been delayed. All they could do was to write to GET fund and send reminders that the projects have been abandoned. So, Mr. Speaker, the committee also decided that we should also have a meeting with the GET fund authorities to ensure that, abandoned projects are completed before new ones are awarded. Speaker, 14 years, if you leave projects for 14 years, you may have to pull the projects down because the level of deterioration will be such that, you may not be able to continue with such projects. So the Public Accounts Committee decided that we would invite the management of GET Fund and then ensure that all these abandoned projects are completed before new ones are awarded. Speaker, on that note, I want to thank you for indulging me, and I want the House to adopt the motion number 22, which was read by the chairman of the committee. Chairman, Speaker, I thank you for.
Very well. Honourable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. The question is, all those in favor of the motion say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 22 in today's order paper is hereby adopted. Yes, 23.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honourable House adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, public boards, corporations, and other statutory institutions for the period ended 31st December 2021. Mr. Speaker, I present the committee's report. I'll read some portions, and the answer should capture the entire report as having been read. Mr. Speaker, the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, public boards, corporations, and other statutory institutions for the year ended 31st December 2021 were presented to the House by the Majority Chief Whip, Honourable Frank Anodompre, on the 12th of July 2022, and was referred to the Public Accounts Committee for examination and report in accordance with Order 1652 of the Standing Orders of the House. Pursuant to the referral, the committee met with the sector ministers and the heads of the public boards, corporations, and statutory institutions indicted by the Auditor General for anomalies and breaches during the audit, and hereby present this report. Mr. Speaker, the summary of findings. The report disclosed that 17.483 million worth of irregularities occurred in the management of these state institutions for the period under review. The irregularities were classified under billion, 17.483 billion, not million, billion. The irregularities were classified under 8 different headings, namely outstanding debtors loan receivables, which constituted 58.98%, dues from customers for power sales, into bracket COVID-19 and others, representing 34.56%, cash irregularity constituting 2.89%, payroll 0.05%, procurement 1.75%, tax 0.13%, and contracts 1.62%. Mr. Speaker, the report further revealed that the total irregularity increased from 12.856 billion in 2020 to 17.483 billion in 2021, representing an increase of 36% from the 2020 irregularities. This was occasioned mainly by credit power sales of about 6 billion by the VRA and NEDCO. There's a table below that details the analysis of the 2019, 2020, and 2021 irregularities. So, Speaker, I'll move on to outstanding issues. So, Speaker, the institutions cited in the report were able to resolve about 3.4 billion worth of irregularities, leaving outstanding irregularities amounting to 14.07 billion, which represent 80.5% of the irregularities remain unresolved. The committee's recommendations were captured in the report, which is about 72 pages. So I read the conclusion on page 71 and 72. So, Speaker, generally, the committee, having thoroughly examined the reports and formally interacted with the various institutions and agencies, observed that there has been a little improvement in the level of adherence and compliance with the recommendations of the Auditor General. The committee, however, was not happy with a high level of breach of procurement laws, coupled with not withheld and unremitted taxes to the Ghana Revenue Authority. The committee therefore recommends that management of these institutions should show keen interest, take charge, and exercise maximum control in activities of their finance officers. The committee also recommends skills and capacity building for these officials to improve their knowledge on the job to keep up with the current trend in public financial management. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt its reports on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, public boards, corporations, and other statutory institutions for the period ended 31st December 2021 in accordance with Order 1653 of the Standing Orders of the House. Mr. Speaker, respectfully submitted.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Member for Offensive South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I rise to second the motion number 23, that the Honourable House adopts the report of the Public Accounts Committee and the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, public boards, corporations, and other statutory institutions for the period ended 31st December 2021. Speaker, in seconding the motion, I want to express a few concerns. Speaker, concern number 1 is on page 8, paragraph 7.1. Speaker, overstatement of the amount of irregularities. Speaker, with your kind permission, I read. The committee observed that the total monetary value of irregularities in the report was overstated by an amount of 538,969.40. In other words, the actual value of infractions recorded was 17.4 billion as against an amount of 17.482 billion as against an amount of 17.483 billion. Again, Mr. Speaker, on paragraph 7.1.1, the status of 2021 irregularities. Speaker, and again, with your kind permission, I read. Report. The committee noted that some institutions had implemented the recommendations of the Auditor General in respect of the infractions identified in their operations. However, a significant proportion of the irregularities remain unresolved. Out of the total value of 17.482 billion of irregularities recorded in the report, irregularities amounting to 3.4 billion, representing 19.5%, had been resolved, leaving an amount of 14.0 billion, or 80.5%. Speaker, I want to find out, when these reports are presented, is that the end? Speaker, with your kind permission, I have the 2020 report of the Public Accounts Committee for Boards, Corporations, and other statutory institutions. And, Mr. Speaker, if you go to paragraph 7 of that report, again, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I read. The committee noted that most of the institutions had improved significantly in their compliance with the recommendations of the Auditor General in respect of the irregularities cited against them. For instance, out of a total irregularities of 12.8 billion recorded in 2020 audit report, irregularities amounting to 8.47 billion, representing 65.93%, has been resolved, leaving an amount of 4.3 billion, or 34.7%, unresolved. Speaker, I was expecting that this would reflect in the Auditor General's report. Speaker, I have a copy of the Auditor General's report 2021. And if you look at page 3, table 2, Speaker, there's a nice comparison from 2017 up to 2021. The various infractions. The total infractions in 2017 was 12.0. 2018 was 3.0. 2019 was 5.4.
billion, 2020 12.8, and 2021 17.4. Speaker, the impression being created, the Auditor General's report is that nothing has been done to resolve these infractions. But in 2020, as I read, Mr. Speaker, as much as 65.9% had been resolved. So, Mr. Speaker, when your committee met with the Auditor General in a workshop, we made that suggestion to the Auditor General that subsequently, when they are reporting, they should also indicate the issues that have been resolved, so the public will get to know that out of 100% infractions, so much have been resolved. Otherwise, the impression out there is that all the monies have been embezzled and nothing has been done to resolve the issues. Speaker, the other issue is about Parliament itself. When the reports are laid and is presented, again, it's been indicated from this report that only 19% has been addressed. The remaining 80.5%. Speaker, what happens to it? What happens? We don't get any information as to whether the auditees have been called upon to address the issues or not. Subsequently we'll present another report in 2022, but we don't know what has actually happened through the previous report. So, Mr. Speaker, even though we have suggested to the Auditor General to indicate the infractions that have been addressed, I would also urge Parliament to also indicate what actually happens to the issues that have not been resolved. Speaker, on that note, I urge the House to adopt the motion number 23 as presented by the chairman of the committee. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, honorable members, the motion listed 23 has been moved and seconded. It's now before the House for consideration. Yes, let him come to Ningo Prampram.
Most grateful, Right Honorable Speaker, and because I see the number of my colleagues who intend to contribute, I will stay very brief. I'll make just two comments.
Very well.
The first comment is on page 20 of the report, paragraph 10.2, where we met the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund GIF. And Mr. Speaker, it was a source of worry to us as committee members that the Ghana Investment Infrastructure Fund GIF would invest $2 million, 2 million, not Liberian dollars, American dollars, 2 million American dollars in what you can call a Phantom of the Opera project, a ghost project, an apparition project. Because, Mr. Speaker, they invest that money in a consortium called AI Skytrain Consortium to build sky trains. And Mr. Speaker, the consortium had not even secured the licenses to operate a sky train. They had not been given the requisite licenses to operate that, and then takes taxpayers' money and invest $2 million in this SPV. The other members of the consortium did not even put 1 pesewa or 1 cent in the consortium. And now we are being told that the project is in limbo. We have not finished dealing with railroad from Tematum, Pakadan, or even from Accra to Tamale. And someone has a lofty idea of keeping trains in the sky. And our taxpayers' money of $2 million is invested. And now, Mr. Speaker, the painful thing is, 2 million, to which is gone. We have not been able to recover that 2 million. And so the committee has asked GIF to make sure that it goes back and recovers this $2 million from this apparition project. Mr. Speaker, the second point I seek to make has to do with the Ghana Red Cross Society. And Mr. Speaker, it may be important that this House actually institutes an investigation into the Ghana Red Cross Society. Because, Mr. Speaker, I have personally received a dossier that is over 60 pages thick on malfeasance at the Ghana Red Cross Society. And it is captured, portions of those malfeasance are captured in the report. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Red Cross Society, using with its immediate past regional head, one Dr. Eric Asamoah Darko, the deputy regional manager, Miss Catherine Adasu, and Mr. David Nana Osei, Mr. Speaker, occasioned the loss of 787,000 Ghana cedis, 787,600 Ghana cedis to the Ghana Red Cross Society. And Mr. Speaker, the Red Cross Society is supposed to be a society people give benevolence to, for them to take care of very disabled or disturbed people who have had challenges either by cause of natural, like the way we saw the lower Volta Basin. You have seen the Red Cross Society going there. And when people give money to the Red Cross Society, Mr. Speaker, they channel these monies into their personal accounts. The director, I'll mention the names again. The former regional director, Dr. Eric Asamoah Darko, the deputy regional manager, Miss Catherine Adasu, and Mr. David Nana Osei. Mr. Speaker, even when they went to buy Photon 6 trucks from Toyota Ghana, they registered the trucks in their name, not in the name of the Ghana Red Cross Society. Mr. Speaker, what even became shocking was during COVID, MasterCard Foundation deemed it necessary to give money to the Ghana Red Cross Society to take care of needy people during COVID. Mr. Speaker, even the COVID money, they chop it. Even COVID money, and so MasterCard Foundation has decided to blacklist Ghana right now and the Ghana Red Cross Society. So you see that when we had this challenge with the Volta Basin, no support from the MasterCard Foundation came to the aid of the people. The actions of this former regional manager and his colleagues have caused help to the Ghanaian people. 522,901 Ghana cedi, 20 pesos worth of relief items that were given to them. Mr. Speaker, they went into their voicemail. They bypassed it and took it into their private property. Mr. Speaker, when they came before us and we asked them, they said they've been able to recover 41,000 out of 522,000 that came from the MasterCard Foundation for COVID relief. Mr. Speaker, some of these matters, we cannot just leave them as report matters. This House must begin to act on them, because this has reputational damage to the Republic of Ghana. Because the MasterCard Foundation is a global institution that I know supports several sectors of our country. Even in the ICT sector, they normally give us foundational support for work in that area. And if other benevolent institutions begin to hear these reports, they may begin to blacklist Ghana. So I think that we should look at it. Mr. Speaker, like I said, I'll touch on only two so that my other colleagues can also speak on other parts of the report. But with this, I urge this House to approve and accept this report of the committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, honourable member for Southern.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice for...
I hope you will also be brief, as some judge did. So you can pass the baton to someone else.
There are a lot of weighty issues in the report, but I will endeavour to be brief. Mr. Speaker, may I refer the House to page 6 of the report, paragraph 6, sub 1, subparagraph 4. Mr. Speaker, you'll be surprised that even though as a nation we are spending so much to digitalize, to ensure that our bureaucratic processes are streamlined, to avoid malfeasance and leakages within the system. Mr. Speaker, we still experience things like payroll irregularities in this age of authentication and all that. Mr. Speaker, the report indicates that as much as 8.2 million was lost to payroll irregularities. And it's such a serious matter within our governance system. And as a House, it's a matter that we need to pay attention to and address. Mr. Speaker, let me also touch on the issue of procurement irregularities. Mr. Speaker, on the same page 6, as much as 306 million Ghana cedis was lost through procurement irregularities. And Mr. Speaker, what is shocking is that all these infractions, as captured by the Auditor General, are infractions that breach law, infractions for which others are standing trial in the court of law. Mr. Speaker, one thing that emerged was that of all the referrals that the public accounts made through the chairman to the Office of the Attorney General for prosecution, we discovered this year that the information regarding the names and the entities that are to be prosecuted have not been remitted to the Office of the Attorney General for purposes of initiation of prosecution. And it's such an important matter. Mr. Speaker, we agree that as an organ of state, we are assisted by an executive structure called the Parliamentary Service, so that activities of we members of Parliament and its structures, including the committees, when they are to be communicated to the executive, Mr. Speaker, we want to plead with our members of the Parliamentary Service who, by the functions of their office, serve as clerks to the committees, and who, by their functions of office, serve as directors of departments, or to communicate this information. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, it is out there that the Public Accounts Committee has recommended some number of public servants for purposes of prosecution, but the formal communication hasn't gone to the Office of the Attorney General. So their mandate has not been sprung into life. So the Attorney General is unable to start any prosecutorial matters or any further investigations leading to building of dockets for which prosecution could commence. So it appears that my chairman Aveji and my colleagues are working in vain. But that is not the intent of the processes as defined under the Constitution and the Parliamentary Act. So we want to encourage that as soon as our decisions are made, as soon as the reports are submitted, persons whose duties there are to communicate this to the executive do so that actions can be taken. People want to see that people who engage in profligate expenditure and malfeasance within the public space are appropriately punished. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me also touch on contract irregularities contained on page 7. Mr. Speaker, clearly we cannot continue this way. The contracts that are supposed to be awarded within the confines of the law, Mr. Speaker, will breach the law and award the contract. Sometimes, for payments for purposes of contracts undertaken, public servants will overpay. And I want to refer to the scenario captured under paragraph, Mr. Speaker, under paragraph 19.2 on page 48 of the report, where, for instance, Senate, Mr. Speaker, I beg your pardon, page 49, where Senate actually overpaid a contractor by over $6 million. Yes, Mr. Speaker, if I may read this. The audit disclosed that, contrary to Section 7 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016 Act 921, Senate entered into a sales and purchase agreement with Fine Line Limited on 5th December 2019 for the purchase of 84 flats at a discounted price. Mr. Speaker, clause 15, subclause 1 and 2 of the agreement stipulates that failure to deliver the 84 flats at the end of the 18 months F9 Limited after signing the agreement shall attract a penalty of 15,000 United States dollars every week for 3 months. The audit further revealed that as at 30th June 2021, Fanline was unable to deliver the 84 flats to SNIT, leading to a trigger of the penalty clause contained in the agreement. The committee at the time of the public hearing observed that 40 of the housing units were completed and handed over to SNIT. 16 flats had been completed and were ready to be released. Mr. Speaker, that in itself constitutes contract breach. Mr. Speaker, here is the news. The payment in excess of work performed. Mr. Speaker, the audit revealed that SNIT had entered into another agreement that is 653,000. Let me get a figure properly. Mr. Speaker, 600,746,006 pesos loan agreement with RSS Limited to develop houses for sale. RSS therefore made payments to its contractor, Manuel Gray Limited. However, the contractor, as at 2015, could not undertake the construction works to the tune of 36,890,553,79 Again, it was noted that the General Counsel Division of SNIT has since June 2020 sued RRS Development for the board members seeking several reliefs. The audit further disclosed that SNIT, in an attempt to recover the debt from RRS, had completed a swap of all the completed RRS housing as part payment of the debt in breach of Section 7, Subsection 1 of the Public Financial Management Act. Mr. Speaker, the anomaly was attributed to lack of effective supervision by the management of the trust to ensure that this was properly done. Mr. Speaker, so I think that we have a problem. In addition to that infraction, Mr. Speaker, SNIT the audit also revealed that some non-performing loans, as much as 858 million. So, Speaker, as much as the Public Accounts Committee is encouraged to interrogate the report and interrogate the audit findings and submit a report to plenary, I have been advocating for a post-audit scrutiny and follow-up. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution enjoins Parliament to set up an ad hoc committee to deal with some of these post-audit scrutiny and follow-ups. Mr. Speaker, may I again make that call that it is time Parliament constitutes that committee, so that the committee, Mr. Chairman, if I have your attention, so that the committee, Chairman of Public Accounts Committee, if I have your attention, so that this small committee that is supposed to be established by Parliament to look into the post-audit follow-up of some of these findings. And the leader of the House, I'm certain, has noted some of these things down. We have to do this. We have to do this. This is the only way the executive can take the work of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, a bit more seriously. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, one central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the report of the Public Accounts Committee of the Auditor General on the Public Accounts of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this report is as if it's a recast of the elements of irregularities that have always occurred whenever such a report is presented. There is a stated consistency in the failures of public administrations in doing one basic thing, just to do the right thing, and account adequately and sufficiently for the resources allocated to them. I particularly looked at the report and got disturbed by the fact that in the analysis, especially with the VRA, instead of a reduction in the irregularities that are occurring between 2020 and 2021, there has been an increase in the irregularities from an amount of, if you look at it, you would find that there is an increase to about 17,482,944.569. Mr. Speaker, this is a disturbing situation. We expect that with the reports coming now and then, and with the sanctions that would have been labeled out and imposed on the perpetrators, people would have learned some sense and be careful about the irregularities that they preside over. The report appears to be, and all these reports sometimes, they are simply appear to be a glorification of the situation of fraud, suspected fraud, that we discover every now and then. Why do I say that? Because when this report is written and it comes to Parliament and Parliament accepts it and it passes on and the suspicious situations are not dealt with, the people would have been left unhooked, and that is it. And so I want to see a situation where some more tangible action is taken. At this particular situation, Mr. Speaker, you see that even going through proper procurement process where monies are spent for goods and services are not followed. They simply don't follow the process and monies are lost. Up to so much money. At one point, Mr. Speaker, 2,861,793 for only Electricity Company of Ghana. And it occurs in various other situations, in the various regions. You see some in Greater Accra, you see Greater Accra, Accra East region, Accra West region, and reoccurring in other places. Mr. Speaker, I think that Parliament must sit up and do something, and I agree with the Honourable Member of Parliament who just finished speaking, who is making a proposal of Parliament setting up a committee to be more forthright in dealing with the situation. I cannot see why we take this report, spend money, go to committees, sit at the committees, come out with a report, come here and lament. After the lamentation, it all ends. The Speaker, it is one of the key things Parliament must do. We do oversight. Oversight is key. And if we find something wrong in situations like this, it is important to follow it to the letter as to what happens, who is responsible, how can the person be addressed, the situation can be addressed, whoever is responsible, how can he face the court of law or the particular situation to have given him the opportunity to defend himself or herself. The Speaker, so I think that we must not just let this thing pass. I propose that much more concrete actions is taken. I just had a conversation with the chairman, and he said that they have made a request to the office of the registrar, the clerk, and the clerk is supposed to sign a letter to the Attorney General for some actions to be taken. I want to urge the clerk to do it as soon as possible. I mean, Parliament must be seen doing something. We must be seen being active, consistent with our functional duty of doing procurement, of doing oversight and following up with the consequence of what we see wrong. The Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, and come to leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, without sounding repetitive, this report is really a summary, if you go through indeed. It's a summary of what is wrong with our country. Everything in there. If you want to really understand what is wrong with our country, just go through this. I started going through, it's not only the orisons and the length of things that have gone wrong, but every institution. And I started going through to look at some of them. For example, on GBC has 90 parcels of land. Some of them have no title. The Auditor General has been warning them to make sure they have title so that it's not taken away. Even Parliament, I'm sure. The Financial Intelligence Unit, the Financial Intelligence Unit, this critical institution that monitors inflows of money and ensure that we are not in violation of this very important illegality, doesn't even have a backup system so that all this information can just get lost tomorrow morning without anything. Mr. Speaker, what is really worrying has to do with the summary of the report. Basically, the committee, and I'll read it, the committee, having thoroughly examined the report and formally interacted with the various institutions and agencies, observed that there has been a little improvement in the level of adherence and compliance to the recommendations. That is the Public Accounts Committee. And basically what they are telling is that all the annual reports we've been doing, every year it gets worse. And you know, you don't have to take their conclusion for it, just go through as has been stated. 2019, the irregularities total 5.5 billion. 2020, it moved up to 12.8 billion. 2021, 17 billion. And then it goes on. I am sure that when we take the 2022 report, we'll go to 25 billion. I'm sure when we take 2023, we'll go to 30 billion. And so you ask the question, when does this stop? And then the important point that I've been raised, what is really the purpose of the Public Accounts Committee traveling all over the country, meeting boards and agencies and probing all of this, and then bringing the report, we pass a resolution, and that's the end of it. Mr. Speaker, I think it is important that I re-emphasize that point. To me, that is what is important in this whole point. The Constitution is very clear. Constitution Article 187(6), and I read it. Parliament shall debate the report of the Auditor General and appoint, where necessary in the public interest, a committee to deal with any matters arising from it. What does it take for Parliament to make sure we operationalize this clause? I think it's important. I think this time has come to pass. I think we have to operationalize that. Because, as has been stated, we'll pass the resolution today. The record is that once we finish, the clerk must write to the ministries, boards and agencies. Well, the majority leader is nodding his head saying no, but I'm sure he will speak and explain what the process is. The bottom line, that something is wrong. Something is fundamentally wrong. And we need to address it to make sure that when we identify all these illegalities, 17 billion irregularities, and the list is there. I am sure that what the people of Ghana and all of us want is that we follow this to the end, the ultimate end, so that people are held to account. It's important. And I think that we must begin that process of making sure that we can really, after the resolution, move this, get the clerk to write to the ministry, establish the committee as required by the Constitution, so that we can make some progress. I thank you, the Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me also add my voice to commend the Public Accounts Committee for a very exhaustive work. Mr. Speaker, the I also agree with the Deputy Minority Leader that what we have before us, that's the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General and the Public Accounts of Ghana, public boards, this is just public boards, corporations and other statutory institutions for the period ended 31st December 2021, really is the diagnostics of the condition of health of this country. Speaker, just this alone, for 2021, 17.48 billion. That is very colossal. Where we are informed that for 2023, our indebtedness to road contractors, certified invoices, is about, as of yet, about 10 billion. 10 billion. We cannot have money to pay these contractors. And yet, this amount, 17.48 billion, more or less, is going down the drain. What it means is that if we're able to even recover one half of this, it may be sufficient to get our contractors back to site to begin to work. Mr. Speaker, oftentimes politicians come under scrutiny and attack that we are very corrupt. What is happening here, 17.8 billion, has nothing to do with members of parliament. It has nothing to do with ministers, public servants. Public servants. So really, where as a society we are moving our nation is lamentable. Mr. Speaker, I have looked at the various components of the report. From the Red Cross, the improprieties, the GIF and the SkyTrain project. I don't really agree that the SkyTrain project or program is a phantom one. I don't agree. Because, Mr. Speaker, if it is well executed, it will save this country millions. Look at the compensation that we have to pay to property owners. If you have it, you avoid that. So to me, it's a very good project, except that the execution is turning into something else. And that should be a matter of concern to all of us. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to go into the various components of the improprieties listed before us. As already commended the Public Accounts Committee. But Mr. Speaker, I think that as a house, in my opinion, this is an absolute indictment on the performance of committees of this house. The Public Accounts Committee engages in, post-mortem exercises, just like the Auditor General himself does. It's just post-mortem. What are committees of Parliament required to do? Mr. Speaker, a first expression in Article 103. In Article 103 of of the Constitution, 103 sub 3 says, committees of Parliament shall be charged with such functions, including the investigation and inquiry into the activities and administration of the ministries, departments, and agencies as Parliament may determine, and such investigations and inquiries may extend to proposals for legislation. This is the charge of the committees. Mr. Speaker, this year, every application, or should I say about 80% of application from committees of this House for funds to be released is in respect of travelers. What they are required to do to assist in the performance of the functions of Parliament, they neglect, unfortunately. Unfortunately, that's where we are leading ourselves. That is where we are leading ourselves. And I keep saying that I believe in this axiom that a parliament is as strong as its committees makes it. If your parliament is not strong, blame it on the committees. Our committees are not discharging their constitutional functions. Mr. Speaker, that is the bottom line. If we must admit, that is the bottom line. Mr. Speaker, so I believe we indeed are neglecting our responsibilities. I look at what Smith is losing, or perhaps might have lost. 240 million United States dollars. And this House is contracting loans for the government. 10 million, 15 million. If you want to do housing in this country, 240 million. How many can they construct? Mr. Speaker, I was having a conversation with the Minister for Works and Housing. And I had this conversation with the Honorable Collins Dauda when he was the Minister for Works and Housing some time back. Go to Tanzania, see what the equivalent of their SNIT is doing. Mr. Speaker, massive housing scheme. 1 unit, bedroom, 2-bedroom facilities, 3-bedroom facilities. It's a whole community that they built. And the last time I asked, the one that excited me, they had spent, in partnership with a Turkish company, just about 150 million United States dollars to build over 15,000 houses. What are we doing? Mr. Speaker, so we keep lamenting, and it's become ritualistic every year. Every year. The Constitution provides that in Article 35(7). In Article 35(7). And, Mr. Speaker, if you indulge me, I'll just read 35(7). Says, as far as practicable, a government shall continue and execute projects and programs commenced by previous governments. We're talking about abandoned projects. And my colleague from Offensive South related to Get Fund projects. Mr. Speaker, why should we allow this? Why should we allow this? We have the Committee on Education. It is their responsibility to inquire into this and report to this House. It should just be Public Accounts Committee. It's the responsibility of your Committee on Education to come with a report on this. Have they ever done that? Have they ever done that? Mr. Speaker, I don't want to believe that you are part of that committee. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, our committees are failing us. Committees of this House are failing us. Mr. Speaker, I have been informed about what communication should go from the clerk in respect of the conclusions of our debate on the report from Public Accounts Committee. I don't entirely agree with that. Mr. Speaker, I don't entirely agree with that. Because as the attention of the House has been drawn to the imperatives of Article 187. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution is very clear on that. The line of pursuit. After we debate, it cannot be that when we finish the debate, they write to the Attorney General. That's not the proposal from by the Constitution. The Constitution is loud and clear on what is required of us to do. And it is provided, as we have been told, by Article 1876, that Parliament shall debate the report of the Auditor General, which is what we are doing, courtesy of the Public Accounts Committee, and appoint where necessary in the public interest a committee to deal with any matters arising from it. It should be that committee. If they have to have a communication to the Attorney General, it should be routed through that committee. Mr. Speaker, that is what I think should be done.
Mr. Speaker, I think that I disagree.
Honorable Chairman, I haven't invited you.
Sorry. Can you invite me now? Because I just want to clarify this issue. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I think that when the committee's report is adopted, there are recommendations in the report. These recommendations need to be communicated to the agencies involved for them to implement. Now, the committee to be set up under 1876 is to do a follow-up to see how they have implemented the recommendation. That is my understanding of that. So, but per what the leader is saying, it means that the committee under 1876 will then communicate the decision of the House to the agencies and what. So, for me, I think that decisions of Parliament need to be communicated by the clerk at table to the agencies involved. That is my understanding. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, we are not splitting hairs on this. To the agencies, yes. But my colleague was saying that it should be communicated to the Attorney General. I'm saying that's not the responsibility of the clerk at this stage. It's the committee, which is why when we're dealing with this, remember, in the past time, it was suggested that we bring in a retired Supreme Court justice to be part of this. Remember? Former Chief Justice Wood, her time. This is what we need to, set up, the committee. And last year we spoke about this. And the Speaker tasked us to do that. We haven't as yet been able to do that. I will propose to us that before the House rises, let's constitute this committee. Because it is a committee that should take this in terms of infractions to deal with it. And then deal directly with the Attorney General. That's how it is everywhere. So we can write to the various MDAs with respect to the recommendations about what to do, what not to do. Those ones will be communication from the clerk. But even in respect of India, where they have the Ministry for Parliamentary Affairs, these ones, because the ministry serves as the interface between the executive and Parliament, quite apart from what is done, they also channel this through the ministry, so that they would directly also deal with the executive about what is happening in their backyard. So quite apart from what is going there, and I've communicated same to the clerk on many occasions that these things should also come to the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, so that we can directly also deal with the executive, in this case the president, that this is what is happening in your backyard, what must be done immediately to cure the mischief. But these things are left hanging. They are left hanging. So I would propose to us that we constitute this committee, and there shouldn't be any excuse whatsoever, and also to indicate that the clerk also serves notice to the executive through the Minister of Parliamentary Affairs on these matters, so that we'll be able to streamline our structures of governance. Otherwise, it becomes too ritualistic. We come, lament, shed tears, sometimes crocodile tears, and then move on. Speaker, so I would just end here, but to strongly urge the constitution of the committee one, that also the information to be passed to the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, and also take a position that our committees must be much more up and doing than they have been doing. As I indicated, over 80% of all requests is for foreign travels. It cannot be good. It cannot be good for us. I think the board came with some prescription that a certain percentage of the allocations to committees should be used to do serious local business. Maybe we should up the numbers, perhaps maybe 75% to be dedicated to local work. And if you want to build capacity, maybe 25% on that. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, is becoming something that this House, it cannot be 50-50. I disagree with the 50-50 proposal. I guess 70-30 or 75-25. Tilting in favor of what to do here, to energize the committees, to also help in the performance of our oversight responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Mr. Leader, before I put the question, are you saying under Article 1876 is the committee, which is the committee is supposed to form any subcommittee if there's anything to look, or is the House?
The Speaker, is the House.
Is the House?
Yes.
No. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate of item listed 23, the question.
Mr. Speaker, just I think I forgot a little matter, because we are dealing with public boards, corporations, and other statutory institutions. Now, the committee that is charged with the responsibility on this is the Committee on Employment and Social Welfare. And yet, Mr. Speaker, it's one committee that's not been discharging their functions appropriately at all. Mr. Speaker, Speaker, what is this? Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minority Leader, we should domesticate him, because the way he rises up, injects himself into discourses and starts talking. But I know Dr. Comrade Donko is trying to come up. He's not the chair. He's playing his part. Admittedly. I'm saying that they have a full responsibility to discharge. Unfortunately, they are not really up there. They must up their game.
Very well. So I'll put the question. All those in favor of the motion in today's order paper 23, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 23 is hereby adopted. Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honourable House adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, ministry, department, and other agencies of the central government for the year ended 31st December 2021. Mr. Speaker, in presenting your committee's report, I read the conclusion of the report and ask that the Hansa capture the entire report as having been read. Mr. Speaker, before the conclusion, I read the general observation. The committee observed that the Auditor General's report revealed a spectrum of challenges spanning unearned salaries, financial management, procurement irregularities, compliance lapses, delays in submission of various documents for audit within 30 days, stipulated period, and unserved bond terms, which emphasize the need for enhanced oversight and corrective measures in the public sector. Conclusion. The committee, after careful examination of the report, finds that the Auditor General duly prepared same by examining the financial accounts and records of the relevant MDAs and expressing his opinion thereon, pursuant to Article 187 of the 1992 Constitution and Section 84 of the Public Financial Management Act of 2016 at 921. The committee therefore recommends to the House, in view of the foregoing, to adopt this report and approve the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, ministries, departments, and agencies for the financial year ended 31st December 2021, as well as the recommendations of the committee. Mr. Speaker, respectfully submitted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honourable Member for Offences South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I rise to second the motion number 24, that this Honourable House adopts the report of the Public Accounts Committee and the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, ministries, departments, and other agencies of the central government for the year ended 31st December 2021. Speaker, I will be very brief. Speaker, I just want to make one or two comments. The first one is on paragraph 4.0, table 1. Speaker, this year, according to the Public Accounts Committee's report, the total value of infractions is 1.08 million. Speaker, and the good news is that it's declining, sharp decline. Speaker, if you look at the report of the Public Accounts Committee's report of 2020, again, paragraph 6.0, table 1. Speaker, in 2018, the total infraction was 5.1. Speaker, it reduced to 3.0 in 2019, then 2.0 in 2020, and Speaker, 2021, it has reduced by about 50% to 1.0 billion. So, Speaker, that is the good news. Again, Speaker, if you examine the table critically, you realize that the bulk of the infractions is on tax irregularities. Speaker, out of the 1 billion, the tax irregularities component alone is 989.02 million, which is about 91.5% of the total infraction. So, Speaker, I have a feeling that if the Ghana Revenue Authority is able to strengthen their supervision and also improve the efficiency in tax collection, I'm sure the infractions, the number of infractions and the value would reduce significantly. Speaker, I urge on those few notes, I urge the House to adopt the report on motion number 24, which was presented by the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me invite member for Kita.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the report, the infractions are cash irregularities, loan, payroll irregularities, and all that. But when you look at page, you look at paragraph 6 of, which is page 16 of this report. Very often the public servant and then public service describe politicians are corrupt, they are criminal, they are thieves. We normally are corrupt, take bribe and all that. Mr. Speaker, when you look at this report, it's very damning, and then you can see that civil servants are clearly violating our laws and are now very corrupt, more than even the politician. Why am I saying that? Look at Ministry of Health, for instance. Unpresented payment rule amounting to over 1.7 million Ghana cedis. And then when you look at it, in addition to that, unsupported payments amounting to 1,580,000 plus. And then looking at the committee was informed that 59 out of 63 institutions have subsequently acquitted various payments amounting to over 1.198 million Ghana cedis. And currently, the outstanding payments out of that, leaving some institutions like Accra Psychiatric about 63,000 plus, St. Teresa Hospital in Nandong, Bupi Public Polyclinic, and People's Teaching Hospital. Unaccounted revenue is almost about 240,000 Ghana cedis plus, in clear violation of the Regulation 46 of the Public Financial Regulation 2019 LI 2379. So, Mr. Speaker, when you look at this, in addition to that, when you zoom into the report, you can clearly see that payment of unearned salary, if it were members of parliament, by this time everybody is seeing that members of parliament have earned an unearned salary. But the Minister of Staff, looking at paragraph 9, page 19 of the report, you can see clearly that the review of electronic salary payment voucher disclosed that an earned salary amounting to over 1.519 million plus were paid to 46 officers out of 47 institutions in contravention of the Regulation 92 of the Public Financial Management Act 2019 LI 2378. And then some list of institutions are there. College Teaching Hospitals, Corporate, Malata Clinic, Achimota, Greater Accra Regional Hospital, District Health Directorate all over, Kofanoche Teaching Hospital G, and the SDA Hospital, and the SDA Hospital in Sunyani, Holy Family Hospital in Brekum, St. Joseph Hospital in Jirapa, Tamale Teaching Hospital, Metro Hospital Cape Coast, and then Asim Praso Presbyterian Hospital. All these funds, 646,471. Currently, this institution is outstanding and earned salary is supposed to actually give back to the state, which they are not doing. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to add my voice to this call that as a parliament, the committee we are talking about need to be formed and then move into action, because every day in Ghana we are holding cap in arm, begging for loans, begging for money. In Ghana we are begging IMF over let's say 3 billion Ghana cedis we are begging. And when you look at all these infractions, a lot of money, dollars. When you look at all these infractions, when you compute it, it's more than that money. So the committee have to kick into action. We feel this, in view of this, we feel this in few ways. Mr. Speaker, thank you. In these few ways, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to, and I support the report. Thank you.
I'm giving the opportunity to members who have not spoken. So.
More important. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute. From the report of the Public Accounts Committee, it is seen that we are going nowhere. Most of the cases, invoices are not produced and receipts are not produced. These we can say that they are not physical. But surprisingly, after the Public Accounts Committee has met them, after some time, 2 years of this infraction, receipts and invoices surface. And it is worrying. I think the chairman has gotten the time to tell them that next time he's not going to allow that. Because after audit, they are given at least 1 month to produce these documents. After the management letter is written, they are given this time to produce. And yet they are not able to produce, and after 2 years, suddenly these receipts appear. It is quite worrying because when you see that many of these receipts have been manufactured. These we can say that they are not physical money. But the greatest worry is this indebtedness, loans, advances. These are physical monies that we should pay attention to. In most cases, loans are given to university lecturers and they go to school abroad and they never come back. And these loans are not retrieved. Salary advances are given to workers. In most cases, these are physical money and they are not paid back. And you see the quantity of money, it amounts to about 30.8 billion Ghana cedis, which is a physical amount being owed by these people. I think we should be serious about these matters. Many of these people have been referred to the Attorney General for action to be taken, and nothing has been heard about that. If we consider the loans that we take, like the majority leader said, these are small amounts that we take. And so if we could mobilize these monies, which are physical, I think to go a long way to help us. Then the next physical monies are the payroll irregularities. Mr. Speaker, it's surprising that at the beginning of every month, workers are being validated by the HR department. And yet, during the audit, you can find that sometimes some people collect salaries over 1 year, 1 year's salaries, and they are not being found. It's quite surprising that every month the HR just validates, and yet they cannot find out those who are not present. This amounts to about 5.58 billion Ghana cedis, which is quite substantial. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge this House to take a serious look at these things, and as you said, a committee should be set up that after every audit, committee's report, these are taken seriously. Because if we are able to even combine only the indebtedness, loans and advances, which are monies owed by people, and then you look at the payroll irregularities, which are also monies being owed by people, these two added together gives about 37 billion Ghana cedis, which will go a long way to help us. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I urge the committee to have a
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let him go to my son Kwanta. But Honorable, be brief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this important report as presented by the Public Account Committee. My concern is about the irregularity involving taxation. If you look at the amount as reported by the committee, it stands at 989,026,225. Looking at Ghana struggling to get internal revenues from taxation, and looking at the level of loans bedevil us, and we have such an amount sitting in our books where people are not prepared to declare their normal income for taxation, and then we have ERE also not doing something better to help us. So let me just mention something small that the committee said. It said that the Auditor General recommended that GRA should strengthen supervision of its staff and also take steps to improve efficiency in tax collection, including follow-up on overdue taxes while applying sanctions as prescribed by the tax law. Mr. Speaker, I may want to say that all the time our audit is about controls and compliance with the laws, but not for investigation. It is time that this House take interest in going into all of these in details so that we constitute some audit whereby investigation of fraud becomes part, so that this House will save our taxpayers and our people who are making every effort to contribute to the development of their country. So if you relax as a people representative without taking good care of the tax that they are paying to ensure compliance, efficiency, and avoid the numerous fraudulent activity that goes on our tax payment, Mr. Speaker, then this country will already be heading towards IMF for support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Let's take care of our people that they are paying and investigate some of these issues to ensure that we have enough to finance our country's activities. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Echeda Fiamapo. Honorable, be brief.
Speaker, thank you. I'll be very brief. Mr. Speaker, very, very important finding by the committee in interrogating the report is that Ministry of Finance, Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Finance engages in procurement impropriety. Ministry of Finance, in excess of 2 million Ghana cedis, they handpicked some entities and procure some services from them. Mr. Speaker, the recommendation is that the Chief Director should take steps and recover this money from the officers involved. Mr. Speaker, page 7 of the report, if you look at the infractions attributed to the Ghana Revenue Authority, Mr. Speaker, the total infractions is in excess of 1.3 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, Tema Oil Refinery, some OMCs defaulted in paying rescheduled debts, 400 million Ghana cedis. They recovered 18 million, so 382 million cedis is outstanding. Mr. Speaker, outstanding duties and taxes, OMCs, 249 million outstanding. Bonded warehouse, Tema, outstanding tax liability, 5.2 million. Mr. Speaker, Customs Division whole unaccounted for revenue, 1.4 million. Mr. Speaker, Domestic Tax Revenue Division, Accra, outstanding income taxes, 111 million Ghana cedis. Outstanding payee, 32 million. Outstanding withholding tax, 43.4 million. VAT traders debt, 87.1 million. Outstanding rent tax, Mr. Speaker, 5.2 million. Small tax office, Techimine, 507,000 Ghana cedis. Doma Hinkro, unrecovered taxes, 162,000. GRA Ashanti, Mr. Speaker, Taxpayer Service Center, Asqua, tax debtors, 2.1 million. GRA Konongo, outstanding withholding tax, 178,000. GRA Ashtown, corporate tax defaulters, 1.7 million. GRA Mampong, tax defaulters, 379,000. Mr. Speaker, GRA Eastern Region, Ekropon Kwapem, 210,000. GRA Suhum 978,000, GRA Western North, Mr. Speaker, 57,000, GRA Sefiofu corporate tax 189,000, and then outstanding personal income tax 7,300. Mr. Speaker, GRA Western unrecovered VAT liabilities 16 million, unpaid VAT 15 million. Mr. Speaker, when you total all this, the GRA in being indolent in carrying out their responsibilities has cost this nation in excess of 1.4 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, GRA, when we pay public officers to ensure that they collect tax, Mr. Speaker, they collect the taxes in some locations, they cannot even account for it. And we are saying that, Mr. Speaker, we are broke. The leakages in the system is too much. Mr. Speaker, but before I resume my seat, Mr. Speaker, the guidance I want to seek in view of the purposive interpretation given to the constitutional provision by the leader of the House in respect of the constitution of the committee, is it the case that the directives given by the Public Accounts Committee at the end of its hearing regarding the persons and the entities that should be prosecuted by the Attorney General should first be conveyed in the report, adopted before it's adopted by the ad hoc committee pursuant to the constitutional provision in setting it up for onward transmission to the office of the Attorney General, or the committee can, coming to that determination, make a direct communication with the office of the Attorney General. I want that clarity so that we can settle this matter. Chairman, I hope I have your support in seeking this clarity. Thank you very much.
Very well. So do I put the question? And the question is, as many as are in favor of motion listed 24 in today's order paper, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 24 in today's order paper is hereby adopted. Leader, may I respectfully come to you?
Mr. Speaker, if you indulge me, I want to present the report of the Special Budget Committee listed on page 6 of today's order paper. That is item 7C. 7C.
Yes. Yes, leader. Leader, but you are not the chairman. You are the chairman of the committee, so very well.
Report of the Special Budget Committee on the annual budget estimates of the National Media Commission for the year ending 31st December 2024. Report of the Special Budget Committee on the annual budget estimates of the Public Services Commission for the year ending 31st December 2024. Report of the Special Budget Committee on the annual budget estimates of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice for the year ending 31st December 2024. Report of the Special Budget Committee on the annual budget estimates of the National Commission on Civic Education for the year ending 31st December 2024.
Honourable members, the reports of CIIIIIIV have been duly presented. They are for distribution to honourable members.
Mr. Speaker, if I heard the table officer well, he said these reports are in respect of the year ended 31st December 2024. The year 2024 hasn't ended. So it's the year ending December 31st, 2024. Respectfully.
Yeah. Very well.
Yeah.
So, table, take note of that. Yes. Leader, thank you very much. Yes, leader.
I just wanted to know from the table officers whether the chairperson of the Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee has presented the report on the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs. I wanted an assurance from them.
Yes, leader, any indication?
Can I present the paper, the report on behalf of the committee? He's giving me a copy. The chairman has given me a copy of it.
There's no objection. Operate.
That is yes.
Yes, leader, go ahead.
Report of the Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs on the annual budget estimate of the Office of the Special Prosecutor for the year ending 31st December 2024. Report of the Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs on the annual budget estimate of the Ministry for Parliamentary Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2024. Report of the Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs on the annual budget estimate of the Office of the Legal Aid Commission for the year ending 31st December 2024.
Honourable members, the report of 7B, I have been duly presented. They are for distribution to honourable members.
Speaker, I believe we can take a well-earned adjournment at this juncture.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think we can adjourn.
Honourable members, thank you very much for your cooperation. We will move to adjourn the House to tomorrow. Leader, are you coming 10 o'clock or you are coming earlier than 10?
Speaker, 10 o'clock.
10.
10 prompt.
Okay. So, honourable members, 10 o'clock in the phone prompt. You know, we have a lot of reports to take, so honourable members should come early enough. The House stands adjourned.